call to order public meeting notice. North Hunterdon-Voorhees Regional High School District Board of Education meeting on Tuesday, May 27, 2025 is now called to order. In accordance with the requirements of the Open Public Meeting Act, NJSA 10-4-6, adequate notice giving the time, date, location, and the extent known, the agenda of this meeting was published by the Hunterdon County Democrat and the Star Ledger on January 9, 2025. In addition, notice of this meeting has been posted at North Hunterdon High School and Voorhees High School, provided to the municipal clerks of Bethlehem Township, California Borough, Town of Clinton, Clinton Township, Franklin Township, Glen Gardner Borough, Hampton Borough, Highbridge Borough, Lebanon Borough, Lebanon Township, Tewksbury Township, and Union Township, as well as other interested parties, and posted on the district website. Fire exits are located in the direction indicated. And if alerted to fire, please move in a calm and orderly fashion to the nearest smoke-free exit. At this time, please silence all cell phones. And Doug, may we have a roll call?
Yes, Christina Kegno.
Here.
Brian Chapman. Here. Angela Dino.
Here.
Nicole Gallo.
Here.
Tara Haynes. Beth Cotron.
Here.
Rich Morty.
Here.
Brendan McIsaac.
Here.
Cynthia Reyes.
Here.
Kimberly Salino.
Here.
Daniel Spann.
Here.
Jessica Baez.
Here.
Four.
Thank you. Can we rise for the flag salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, at this time, can I have a call for a motion second to approve agenda item 4.1, the April 29th minutes?
So moved.
Second.
That was Christina and Brendan.
Kim, I had a question about the minutes, if I can.
You may.
So, after reviewing the minutes, bullet point number 22, old and new business, I don't know if this is a question for you or Doug. Can we get a little bit more detail on that, on adding who said what? So there's more clarity on it? Meaning like who brought up the ad hoc committee, who brought up the natural gas to VHS, who brought up the recognition, shared board Google Drive. Can we do that? So can we amend this one and do it going forward?
So you can't amend these unless we tabled it. It'd have to be tabled and then approved next month. But it's all in a recording as well as, so the minutes aren't supposed to be a transcription, it's just supposed to be a general idea of what happened.
Okay, so can we add going forward the person who said it? Is there a reason why we're not doing that?
It's not required by law.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I mean, if the average person is reading this, it's hard, it would be add clarity to who said it, because maybe they want to know that. Like, this isn't some of these things are not the opinion of the board, necessarily. So I'd like to see clarity on who said what, because certain things could be...
Wouldn't the transcripts provide that, though?
It would, but if somebody's reading the minutes, does it hurt, what is the alternative? Would it hurt us to not put who in there?
It's additional work, is what it boils down to.
It's costing. It costs time.
Yeah, it's staffing issues. Now you're going to use one of your resources to, transcribe the minutes from the videotape.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
I think you're saying I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Going
so
forward.
like it says ad hoc committee. Say I said that, which I don't think I did. Can you just put Rich Lordy ad hoc committee? Mention ad hoc committee. Not ask to do anything crazy, just the name of the person who, whatever the older new business was discussed.
If the board president is fine with that, then we can do that.
Let's moving forward, we can put this in committee and have a discussion about the procedure. We can put it in policy.
Yeah, policy.
And we can look at that procedure. And looking at too, we talked about new and old business, having actionable items. We want to be using that more appropriately.
Sure.
So that's a great place for it.
Okay, fine.
If I could add to that, because I know I had requested previously that as items become new business or even old business, if there's the opportunity to sort of update where that action might be, like referred to committee or, examined and sort of decided not to act on it. I think anything that would give that through line clarity.
I agree.
I think would be helpful.
And we do have in the drive, we have a spreadsheet, and we should be utilizing that. So that's, again, we can address that as well with that. Right. Any other questions, discussion on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Okay, as moving on to recognition of student achievements, can we have Dr. Cottrell come forward?
Shivam, Amelia, come on up. So there's more than a few people here that have been elected to do thankless jobs, and two of them here are from North Hunterdon. They're our students here. So Shivam and Amelia, it's been a pleasure to work with them throughout this year. We met monthly to review some of the issues going on in North Hunterdon High School. They provided me with feedback. I provided them with feedback. We talk about the report that we're going to share with the board. They both have an impressive background. They both have very bright futures ahead of them, and I just personally thank them for the service that they provided to their students. Again, they were elected to do this job, to be board representatives. So they ran for that. They volunteered to be here, and their peers chose them. And so again, they served a great purpose and service to their student body, to me as administration of North Hunterdon High School, and I think to you as well as the Board of Education. So I want to tell you just a little bit more about them. So Shivam Patel, Shivam will be attending James Madison University in the fall. He will be majoring in engineering. He is hoping to explore a career in either mechanical or biomedical engineering. He has been very busy in his time at the North Hunterdon in the past 4 years. He was class vice president for his freshman and sophomore years, and he has been the class president for the last 2 years. So you'll hear him speak at graduation. He serves as an executive council of the Interact Club. He is a student ambassador, a peer leader, and a member of Rho Kappa. On top of this, Shivam also threw for the track team his sophomore and junior year, and he has been on the swim team all 4 years. Amelia Reitman, she plans to attend, I believe it was RV, in the fall, pursuing 2 associate's degrees. So that's kind of interesting for her. She's pursuing a degree in both accounting and biomedical science. She's a member of pretty much all of our honor societies. She's the secretary of our Model UN. She's the vice president of the Key Club. She has been a member of the engineering club and has been a leader in installing the new pollinator garden, and we look forward to watching that grow. So if anyone's been up to North Hunterdon, if you walk up from here, you go past the line right by the entrance with the elevator, there's a pollinator garden there that is planted with, I believe, native plants to New Jersey, and it's designed to help pollinate the area, and Amelia has been really instrumental in doing not only the work, but planning for that as well. She also volunteers for the Environmental Commission for Clinton Township and is an EMT for South Branch. She is also in the Girl Scouts since kindergarten, and she does competitive Irish step dancing. So again, on behalf of myself and I think the board, let's give them a round of applause for their service. And now we got George, Shivam, and we're going to get a photo of you guys in front of that backdrop there. Shiv. You guys can head on. Looks like Shiv donated some blood today, too.
Congratulations.
Mr. Peterson?
All right, speaking of old or new business, I got to take care of some old business before we start with the two of you with new business. Brooke, can you come up here, please? So if you remember last month at the board meeting, I introduced Brooke Englert, she's now here in the flesh, and gave you a little teaser about what she's done, what she's here for with skiing moguls. Some pictures are being passed around so you get a little bit more of an idea. The first one shows you the bumps, and just in case you didn't know what moguls were, that she has to go down and try to go in a straight line. And just to give you a little bit more idea of the depth, they throw a couple jumps in these events as well, and that gives you an idea of the vertical element of the hill that she's actually skiing down. So Brooke Englert is an exceptional student athlete who competes in freestyle mogul skiing at a high level within the Eastern Freestyle Central Division, representing Killington Mountain School's weekend program. Brooke started skiing at just 2 years old. No poles? That's right, no poles. And has been competing since age 10. Brooke has consistently demonstrated remarkable passion and resilience, overcoming injuries to return to the sport stronger each season. This year marked Brooke's most successful season to date, achieving 8 top 5 finishes and 2 additional top 10 placements in the highly competitive field, often comprised of full-time ski academy athletes. Notably, Brooke frequently earns top scores in the turns and lines, showcasing her exceptional skill despite less on-snow training. And I think I told you that last time, how much less training she gets than her competitors. Her outstanding performance earned her an invitation to the Val St. Côme NORAM, a level just below the World Cup circuit. Demonstrating remarkable dedication to her regional standing, Brooke declined this invitation to compete in the Eastern Regional Championships, where she secured 3rd place in her age group and 4th overall in singles. Brooke also qualified for the Junior National Championships and U.S. Nationals. At Junior Nationals, Brooke qualified directly for the finals, placing 6th after the first run. Despite a significant fall during finals training, resulting in a painful tailbone and back injury, Brooke showed incredible determination by traveling to U.S. Nationals the following week. Although unable to complete her run due to the injury, her courageous decision to start the event secured her a spot at the prestigious U.S. selections, a testament to her strategic thinking and unwavering commitment to her skiing goals. Brooke's dedication, skill, and perseverance in a demanding sport are truly inspiring. As a matter of fact, Mom had emailed me that when she got the injury, the first question was to the doctor, I think it was, when can I get on my bike and do downhill mountain biking? So, just her dedication to what she does. So, Brooke Englert, everybody. All right, now the two of you. Sarah, Audrey, can you come up? So we had prom Thursday night, went very well, and it's the first of all the events where we start to really say goodbye to the seniors, and this is another one of those moments where I look back and go, man, where did the time go? Even though I warned them at the beginning of their freshman year how fast it's going to go, all these years later, I still, it hits me when they're walking graduation. I remember them coming in as freshman class. So, 2 remarkable seniors at Voorhees High School, Sarah Schwerk and Audrey Devine Burns, are preparing to embark on exciting new chapters after 4 years of their significant contributions to the Voorhees High School community. Sarah has been an integral part of the Voorhees High School since her freshman year. Her dedication to both academics and extracurriculars is evident in her involvement in several key organizations, including SHIP, the Lifesavers Club, and the prestigious National Honor Society. An avid athlete, Sarah has been a consistent presence on the girls' volleyball team throughout all 4 years of her high school career, showcasing her teamwork and dedication. In her senior year, she expanded her athletic pursuits by joining the track team, demonstrating her willingness to embrace new challenges. Looking ahead, Sarah has ambitious plans for her future. She is set to attend Boston University, where she will major in neuroscience on a pre-med track. Her ultimate goal is to become a critical care physician, a testament to her passion for medicine and her desire to make a significant impact in the lives of others. That's Sarah. Audrey has also left an undeniable mark at Voorhees High School through her leadership and commitment to social justice. During her time at Voorhees, Audrey was the driving force behind the establishment and operation of the Black Student Union, demonstrating her initiative and advocacy. She further showcased her leadership as the president of the Diversity Club and the captain of the mock trial team. where she honed her critical thinking and public speaking skills. After graduation, Audrey will be attending American University, where she plans to major in history on a pre-law track. Her passion for justice and equity will guide her toward her aspiration of becoming a civil rights lawyer. I wish you all the best, and thank you for all your time. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, can we have Shivam and Sarah report out, if you have any to report out?
So for sports, recently our track team just competed in sectionals. Our girls team won North 2, Group 2, and we have multiple athletes advancing to groups, which will be held this Friday and Saturday. Along with that, states tournaments are beginning for many spring sports. Going into those tournaments, we have a few teams that have had excellent seasons. Boys lacrosse is currently 14-4. Our boys tennis team is 9-4. I believe they're divisional champs as of right now. Boys volleyball is 14-5, and our softball team is 11-10. And our unified football team finished their first season with a record of 7-1. So that's off to a phenomenal start. We did just hold our junior and senior prom this past Thursday, and we have a number of senior events coming up. Our senior award ceremony is being held tomorrow, and then we have our senior trip to Dorney that's coming Friday the 30th. And then after that, our senior dinner cruise is Tuesday the 3rd, and then we will be having our senior sunset on Monday, June 9th. As for our recent club activities, our Lifesavers Club held the final blood drive of the year earlier this month on May 1st, and we had our Relay for Life also early this month on May 2nd, and the class of 2025 held a Kona Ice fundraiser on the 12th. That's all I have. Thank you.
Alright, I don't have much for you, but I do have some. So North held our Because of Joey fundraiser, so that was in place for Relay for Life this year, going to towards cancer. Inside, so it was inside this year. It was a great event. It raised $27,000 of a $30,000 goal, so that was.
We raised 32, Shiv.
Is 32? Okay, not bad. 32, so we exceeded that goal. So we also had our blood drive today, as you can see, donate. We had around 200 units of blood today, and that makes around 1,000 on the year, which is really impressive because that saves around 3,000 lives, and that's just from our school alone, so I encourage everyone to donate. Baseball won Hunterdon won Sussex 3-0. It was shut out by Brandon Suler over Central, who led the team to victory, throwing a complete game shutout. And he's committed to Stevens Institute of Technology for baseball, so shout out to the whole team. So our senior sunrise, we're having a sunrise instead of Voorhees' sunset. That's on the last day of school, June 4th. Hopefully the seniors will get up for that. Project graduation is being held by the PTSA June 12th, returning of the morning of June 13th. And then we have our prom. The theme is Last Night in the Jungle, and that is June 8th, no, May 30th, which is this Friday. And the senior awards night is on June 4th, Wednesday. And then graduation. So I also just wanted to say thank you, guys, for letting me sit on these meetings. It's really been a big deal, so thank you, and I appreciate what you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You forgot the students that were from the Honor Society picking up garbage in Union Township
Oh, you're right. Was it Joe?
a couple Saturdays ago.
Yeah.
They did a great job.
They really did.
Thank you. At this time, we would like to welcome Richard Grip. He will be giving us a virtual presentation on statistical forecasting.
Wonderful, thank you. So I'm going to be presenting the results of the demographic study that was prepared for your school district. The presentation tonight will probably take about 15 to 20 minutes. And if you could please hold your questions to the end, that'd be great, specifically since we're doing this remote, a little more challenging. Okay, so you should be able to see that hopefully on your screen.
Yes.
Can you expand it into slide mode instead of preview?
So we tried that this morning, and what happened was I'm advancing it on my end, but unfortunately on your end you're still seeing the first screen,
Okay.
the first slide. Let's see if I can do it for you. How about this? A little better?
It's okay. It'll do.
Okay. Okay. So just wanted to give a little background about our company. The company, Statistical Forecasting, was formed about 27 years ago. I'm the executive director of the company. All work that we do is exclusively in providing demographic studies for school districts. Most of our clients are in the New York, New Jersey metropolitan area. We've probably done about 200 school districts or more in the New York, New Jersey metropolitan area. We're the demographic consultant for the New York City Public Schools since 2006. Our reach goes down as far south as Arlington County, Virginia, right outside of DC, and as north as Vermont. So as I said earlier, I'm the executive director. I have a doctorate from Rutgers University in the Graduate School of Ed in Educational Statistics and Measurement. Most of us wind up working for the College Board, although I wanted a more applied approach to my statistics degree. I was a former teacher prior to getting involved in this business at Bridgewater, Raritan, which isn't too far from you, as a physics and statistics teacher. I still publish in this area of school demography, both nationally and in peer-reviewed journals. And I testified as an expert witness in school demography in several administrative law court hearings. That's only done in cases in New Jersey when school districts want to divorce from each other. It's usually done in sending and receiving agreements where one school district wants to pull their kids out of one district and move them to another. So what's the purpose of the study? Well, most people think that the main goal of a study such as this would be to project enrollments. And of course it is. We're projecting for a 5-year period from the 25-26 year, which is next September, through the 29-30 year. But we also looked at school district attendance area characteristics such as demographics, race, population trends, and that's for all 12 communities combined. We did not look at any of them individually, but as the aggregate. And also the age structure of all 12 communities combined. So once we got away from the communities, we moved down to the school district level, where we then look at the historical enrollments district-wide, also by the 2 high schools, as well as looking at the enrollments of your feeder K-8 populations, because they're going to help dictate what your enrollments are going to be in the next 5 years. We were also asked to do what's called a student yield analysis, where we compute the student yields for children per housing unit for different housing types, such as 1 to 4 family homes, which in your area most are detached single family, townhouses and condos and apartments. So that helps to figure out how many children we would expect out of a comparable, say, new apartment building. We also contacted the municipalities, all 12 of them, to find out about new housing starts in their respective communities and how that would impact the school district. And finally, we compared the school building capacities to current and projected enrollments to see if there's going to be any new a shortage of seating or surplus seating in the 2 schools. So this slide here shows the historical and projected populations from 1940 to 2050. So everything to the left of this vertical line right here is from the census. As you can see there, in 2020, which is the most recent data we have available for, just a little bit more than 51,000 people that live in the sending communities. And growth was really strong and significant up until about 2010. And as you can see, things have really leveled off, and growth has really slowed in the sending area in the last 10 years. This value on the right-hand side of the screen, where it says 53,000, that's the projected population count of the regional sending area for 2050 by a third-party agency called the North Jersey Transportation Planning Authority. So, who are you as a collective community? I'll say collective because there's a lot of different communities. Predominantly white, about 82% white. The second largest race is Hispanic at 7.4%. In the last 10 years, the Hispanic population has been increasing while the white population has been declining. And that's pretty common, not just for your communities, but for most districts that we work with around the state. The median age is pretty high. 46 years compared to about 40 in the state. Now the median is not the mean, they're not the same thing. The median is the 50th percentile, which means that half the population is over 46 and half is below. And that's a fairly high number, which means that you have an older community. 10.5% of the population is foreign-born, which is much lower than that of the state. India and the United Kingdom are the two largest sources. Fairly educated, more than half of the people have a bachelor's degree or higher, 55%. Affluent area, median household income is at $142,000 compared to the state is about $100,000. Almost 20,000 housing units in the sending area, of which 88% are one-unit homes. That would be attached homes like a townhouse or detached single-family homes. Not too many renter-occupied units, 16% compared to about 39% at the state level. And the median value of an owner-occupied unit is not much higher than that of the state, about $485,000. So this is a map showing all the communities and the two high schools. You can see Voorhees up in Lebanon Township and North Hunterdon in Clinton Township. So when we looked at your enrollment, we looked at it for the last 10 years. And the enrollment as of October 15th, roughly, in 2024, that's the date we look at every year for the enrollment, because that's when you send your enrollment data to the state, was approximately 1915. If we go back 10 years to 15-16 school year, your enrollment was 2712 and a half. That half is a shared time student. That's a decline of almost 800 students in the last decade. And clearly stated, your enrollments have been steadily declining in the last 10 years. We use something called the cohort survival ratio method to project enrollments 5 years out. So here's the enrollment for your district. As you can see, pretty much declining. It's pretty stable the last year. We'll see if that maintains going forward in the future. You'll see that in a moment when we talk about your projections. This is showing the enrollments by school over the last 10 years. At North Hunterdon, the enrollments declined through the 23-24 year, which is the bottom graph here, and still stabilized. Decline of about 460 students in North Hunterdon High School in the last decade. Voorhees actually pretty much the same thing, declined through 22-23 school year before stabilizing, and it's a decline of about 337 and a half students over the last decade. So both schools have declined. This is showing the incoming 9th grade classes over time, and you can see that 10 years ago, the incoming 9th grade class were almost 700 students. And in 24-25, it's not even 500 students. So you're talking about almost 200 fewer 9th grade students coming into the district. And of course, as you imagine, if you have less 9th graders coming in, you're going to have declining enrollment. So let's take a look at what's going on at the K-8 feeder districts. You can see here, we aggregate all their enrollments. There's almost 5,000 students into 15-16 school year. Enrollment declined through 2021 school year before it reversed trend. So in the last 4 years, there's been an increase of about 300 students approximately in the pre-K-8 population, which means that eventually those higher PK counts will move up to the high school and cause this declining enrollment to end in your school district. So to project enrollments, we use something called the cohort survival ratio method, which is approved by the state of New Jersey. And what it looks at is the progression of students from one grade to the next, from 1 year to the next, over about a 10-year period. So I'll give you a simple example here. Let's just say you have 110 graders in the 23-24 school year, which becomes 95 11th graders in the 24-25 school year. So you lose 5 children in the net. That's 95 over 100, or a survival ratio of 0.95. So we do that for all 4 grade levels, 8 to 9, up to 11 to 12. And if the ratios are above 1, you're gaining students due to inward migration. And if they're below 1, that means you have outward migration. So like I said, we do this for a 10-year period. Then we take an average of, say, the last 4 or 5 years and multiply those averages times your current enrollments, assuming those progression rates are going to continue into the future. So of the 5-year average ratios that we were looking at, 2 of the 4 were above 1. So you don't really have a defined migration pattern at the high school level. This is pretty interesting. This is what's called an age pyramid. It's also called a population or an age-sex pyramid in demography. And what we're looking at here, back in 2010, 15 years ago, is the percentage of males on the left in orange and the percentage of females on the right in green at 5-year intervals in their ages. So, for instance, 10 to 14, 15 to 19, 20 to 24, so on and so forth. What we see back then is that the largest groups for males was 50 to 54, and for females was 45 to 49. And you can see how few people there are in the 20s and their early 30s, probably because the real estate prices in your sending areas are very high. It's very hard for people to move in. So let's see what happens in 2020. You can see, if I toggle back and forth, how the pyramid kind of shifts upward, because if people don't move out and they don't die, they're aging in place. So the largest groups in 2020 are the 55 to 59 age groups. No wonder that you have declining enrollment if you have such a high elderly, well, not elderly populations not in that 55 to 59 group, but it's an older group of people not having children to replace a lot of kids in the school district. This is showing in the last 10 years where the biggest declines are by race, not by race, by sex, by males and females, and where the biggest gainers are. So in red, that's the biggest decliners, which is the 45 to 49 population, and the biggest gainers are the 60 to 64 population. And if we were to aggregate the males and female changes in the last 10 years, we found that there were gains for every age group from 55 and up, which means you're having a graying of the population. And there are also big declines in the 0 to 4, 5 to 9, and 10 to 14 age groups, which would be more or less your elementary, middle school populations, as all of those kids enter school in the near future. Makes sense, we have an aging population. So one of the things we did is we contacted, like I said, all 12 communities, their planning and zoning departments. There are 831 non-age restricted housing units planned. Most of them, or more than half, are in Clinton Township. So when we looked at the developments for the next 4 or 5 years, 97% of them fall within the North Hunterdon High School attendance area. And when we projected how many children that would be at the high school level, we're talking 50 children. So what we did is we took the baseline enrollment projections of North Hunterdon High School and we modified them to account for the new housing. We did not do any modifications at Voorhees because the amount of housing units in that attendance area is really not going to be significant. So we did compute the student yields, like I said at the outset, for the different types of housing in the 12 communities to determine the impact of new developments. And what we do is we took the student address from your school district, their database, and we joined it to the aggregated property databases of the 12 communities. So this is a pretty big undertaking. And really what we found is that the student yield for the 9 to 12 population for a single family home is roughly 0.200 children per housing unit. And you can see for townhouse and condos, they're very, very low yields, 0.009 and 0.042. So what I showed you, this is a sample from the report. It's basically the research that we did. It showed you the development, all the townhouse and condo developments in each one of the communities. Some towns don't have any. Which town they're located in, what's the approximate sale price of the townhouse unit, when it was built, what's the bedroom distribution, how many units are in that development, and if there's any affordable units, how many children are actually in that development right now, and what the student yield is, which is just the number of students divided by the number of units. And this is where we got the 0.009 number that I mentioned. So we did this analysis also for the apartments. I'm not showing it in tonight's presentation because it's about 3 slides long. It's not worth showing, but at least you've told it was done. You can look at it in the report. When we look at historical construction, really there wasn't much going on. This is again for the whole setting area until roughly the last 2 to 3 years. And a lot of that had to do with a couple of developments. One was in Clinton Town of 120 apartment units in something called View 22, which was in 2023. Clinton Township had 84 affordable units in Clinton Woods, also in 2023. And Union Township had 74 detached single-family homes in Perryville Ridge in 23 and 24. So those are the three of the bigger developments in those communities in the last 3 years. But a total of 329 units have been built over this time period. So we actually mapped them out to show you where all those new housing units are located in the last 5 or 6 years. When we look at home sales, this is common for many communities in the state. This again for all 12 communities in the aggregate. You can see that sales increased through about the 2004 year, and then they started to decline quite rapidly. This is the housing market crisis, the banking crisis around 2008, 2010. You can see how low the number of sales are. Then they've been going up. You can see in 2021 there was more than 1,100 sales. That was right during the pandemic when the housing market was great. And now you can see where we are again now. In 2024, only about 367 sales as the interest rates have gone up, as well as fewer homes. The inventory is much lower, not many homes being put for sale. So when we look at the number of homes sold by census block, which is a very small geographic unit, you can see the darkest region here in the center of the screen is where the greatest number of sales have occurred in the last 5 years. So, for your own projections, we projected for a 5-year period. We did 2 sets of projections, one called baseline, and the other called adjusted for housing growth, assuming all the approved housing gets constructed. So, in both projections, we're projecting enrollments to still decline for the next 4 years before reversing trend in both of those projections. So in one projection, the baseline projection, we're talking about a decline of 138 students in the next 5 years, and in the other one, 117 students. So when we look at it by school, Hunterdon High School is projected to decline for the next 3 years before reversing trend. Small declines are projected in that school. Voorhees, about a decline of about 100 students, and they're projected to decline for the entire 5-year period. This is a slide showing the capacity of each building with respect to the current enrollment or the projected enrollment 5 years later. You can see we take the difference between the capacity and the current enrollment and then also the projected enrollment to find out if you have what's called surplus seating or inadequate seating. And they're all blue and they're all positive, which means that you have a ton of surplus seats in both buildings. So, summarizing tonight, enrollments have been declining in the last 10 years. Enrollments are projected to decline for the next 4 years before reversing trend. as those larger K-8 cohorts, which we've seen that they've gained about 300 students in the last 4 years, finally start moving up to the 2 high schools. So with that, I will open it up for questions. I will continue to share in case someone has a question about a particular slide.
Yeah.
Question, can you put the projected declines over the next 4 or 5 years in perspective to the historical declines? Like, so maybe if you pull up the slide that had the historical decline, I'm talking about enrollment in the schools, not population of the district. Are we talking? Yeah. So those kind of slides. Is this like? Basically, yes, the numbers you're projecting is going to get smaller, but are they meaningfully, like, how big were they? Another 100 students in each place?
Well, there's 100 students in Voorhees, and depending upon the method for North Hunterdon, remember there's 2 projections, one's baseline, and the other one is adjusted for housing growth, which is the worst case scenario, assuming that all the homes are built out. Then we're talking about almost flat, 20 students decline.
Okay.
So to answer your question, it would be on a level much lower in declining enrollment in a prorated share compared to historic measures.
Okay. So if we play this out, like you come back in 5 years and it's and miraculously happened just exactly as you predicted, what this would show is kind of like a bottoming out, a kind of a flattening, except for Voorhees is going to get smaller.
And the reason is because the turnaround has finally happened at the K-8 level right here. They've been declining actually longer period of time than you are, because it takes a while for those students, obviously, to get up into your schools, and it takes a while for the smaller cohorts that are in your school to get out of the system. So you can see it took them a while to finally turn it here, and they've been increasing for the last 4 years. So once those smaller cohorts move out, the current students in your school, bigger cohorts are starting to come up. That's when things start to reverse trend.
Thank you.
I had a question about the reverse trend. So I know that with some of the numbers we're looking at projected enrollment out to 2030. I mean, in your experience, do you see significant increases when the reverse trend occurs, or based upon the facts here, do you expect it to be a slow increase when it reverses?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So anytime we see a reversal, there's usually a few years of more or less stable enrollment, because you still have some smaller cohorts in the system being leveled out by increasing cohorts coming up. So it takes like a 2 years or 3 years, we call it an inflection point, before things start to reverse back. And when they do reverse back, it really could depend upon what's going on in your communities in terms of the level of increase. I don't expect it to be extraordinarily large gains, because we're not really seeing that at the elementary level. But, and we don't see that normally. It takes a while before these bigger gains start to play out.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Seems like a really well executed study.
Yeah.
This is great.
Is he going to be able to share that with us?
Yeah, I can share the presentation.
Awesome.
But just one question though, so it may not be necessarily as specific as to the report, but is there enough of at the very end of your report, you talk about the capacity of each school, and the difference based on current enrollment and the difference on projected enrollment. It doesn't look like you could end up, as the schools are currently situated, to merge the two into a single school. I'm not suggesting we do that, I'm just asking. Okay, I'm just asking about it. Because I know what an uproar it created when they closed Spruce Run at Clinton Township. But I'm just curious as to whether the enrollment trends are going to be enough to keep both schools, operational and worth the money that that everyone pays for it, right?
So yeah, based on the numbers I saw there, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Grip, but we could almost get to that point where our lowest decline is now, but then we're going to start to trend upwards.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't quite, if we kept going down for another 3 or 4 years, maybe
Right.
we even possibly look at that, but I think the enrollment is going to
Good, yeah,
shift.
because the K through 8 is starting to shift upward as well. Okay. That's helpful.
But to be clear, they're projecting that for 4 years from now,
Yeah.
correct?
Fine.
No.
Yeah.
The enrollment to shift for the next 4 years is
Right.
anticipating a decline, is that correct?
Yes.
Enrollment is projected to decline for the next 4 years because
Right.
these smaller cohorts have to work themselves in the system. So it's going to be, near the end of the decade before you start to see the increase in population.
Yeah.
So if you really look at it, it's a 14-year period
I know,
on a decline.
Mhm.
So this is great information. I don't know what how this works or how the timing of this is. In a perfect world, I wish we had this a couple months ago. But this is great.
Yeah.
This is great.
Yeah, it's really helpful.
Dr. Grip, are you saying then with the K to 8, is it the lower grades? So are you able to tease out which grade level is starting to increase overall with all the 12 send-in districts? Is it like 3rd grade, 2nd grade?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't have that. I'd have to go back into the spreadsheets to see how the grades come line up, where the higher ones. My assumption is that if they're starting to get higher at the K to 8 level, it's usually at the entry level, the kindergarten, the 1st grade. Again, just like anything else, they have to move their smaller cohorts out through the K to 8 system to grow.
Right.
So they're going to be gaining at the lower elementary level. I'll be honest with you, there's been a significant amount of housing that's happened, particularly in the Clinton Township and Union Township, and some of the information we looked at, most of that enrollment is going to be for them at the lower elementary grades, as well as the 0 to 4 age population, kids that are going to be coming into the school system in the near future. We don't see too many kids in new housing units in high school just because who would want to move their kid into a new high school from out of the ascending area? It's just a very difficult emotional, social change for a kid at that age.
All right, thank you, Dr. Grip.
Thank you, that was fantastic.
Thank you.
Okay, have a good evening.
Thank you.
You too. Thank
Okay,
you.
bye-bye.
Thank you to Richard Grip for that presentation. It's very, very interesting to see that trend. Moving forward, we have a review of the New Jersey Department of Education School Self-Assessment for determining grades under the Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights Act. The district school grade report for 23-24 presented by Ms. Jennifer Komorowski, our district anti-bullying specialist coordinator.
Hey everybody.
Welcome.
Okay, as just said, I'm here to present the final review from the New Jersey Department of Education for the HIB assessment grades for North-Voorhees and district as a whole. It was linked in the agenda. As a reminder, these results were actually from the NJDOE were already brought to the board on October 15th, 2024 board meeting by actually Dr. Bergax at that time. So the process from there, for those that aren't familiar, the results then have to be entered in the HIB grading system for review and certification. That has to be done by October 31st, which it was. The scores then get reviewed by the NJDOE, which then creates and issues the report you now have tonight in front of you. So essentially, same information from October. It's now just also has the NJDOE's approval on it. When reviewing the report, you can see the district scored 76 out of a possible 78. North Hunterdon at a 75, Voorhees at a 77. I have reviewed the individual self-assessment scores for each school, and we'll work with our anti-bullying specialists on any needed areas moving forward, but I'm pretty happy with how the scores look there. And we will tentatively schedule our next self-assessment for September of 2025, which is looking at the 2024-25 school year, if you can follow all of that. And then this report will eventually be posted on our district's website in accordance with the Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights Act to fulfill that requirement. So, any questions?
At what point does the state approve this? You said there was a process. You had started in October, then at what
So
point?
we submit in October, and we just got it back last month.
Okay.
After the April board meeting, but before this one. So yeah, there's a little bit of time in between there. Yeah. Anything else? Anything else? All right, thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'd like to have Dr. Berghat's two school administrators report.
Okay, thank you, Kim. Welcome, everybody. First of all, before I start the actual report, I do want to thank all of our board reps personally. There's not a lot of 17-year-olds, 16, 17-year-olds, probably 18 now, that want to spend the amount of time that you all have here at our district and at our board table, and your input has been invaluable, and I think everyone here has appreciated it. So, thank you to all of you. Shivam and Sarah, I believe, but Amelia and Audrey, I know we were in the background, sort of waiting for both of them if need be, and I know we saw both of you at least once, but thank you for your willingness and to help with all of that. So. I do want to send some congratulations to our North Hunterdon Music Department. They really excelled at something called the Music in the Parks Adjudication Awards Festival. The list of awards would take me about 10 minutes to read of what they got. They were really successful. It was the first time they participated in it, and they were really happy with the results. So congratulations to all of our music students for that. In addition to that, I want to congratulate 4 North Hunterdon students for being selected for the 25-26 All-State Choir. Sophia Emery Reed, Savannah Wrigley, Gianna Marina, and Max Sklar. All 4 of them, huge congratulations. That's a huge honor to be selected for that All-State Choir. So, I do want to send special thanks to Miss Morris and her entire team and the Diversity Club at North Hunterdon for organizing an outstanding Cultural Celebrations Day. Students shared food, traditions, artifacts, and facts from their culture. For anyone that is able to attend that in the future, it's a great event. We're fortunate to have representatives, the leadership from the Hunterdon County NAACP chapter visit us that day. They were able to walk around and see what the experience was like, and they were very happy with what they saw, and we were glad that we were able to share it with them as well. As Shivam mentioned, on Thursday, May 27th, North Hunterdon's Interact Club hosted their Because of Joey event. The Interact Club is proud to share that they raised over $32,000 and supported a National Pediatric Cancer Foundation. And those of you that don't know, Joey Edwards was a student at North Hunterdon, tragically passed last year, and so they created this event in honor of him and his family. Huge thank you to all the students, staff, administration, and community members who donated and showed support for this meaningful cause. I shared the information with the board members as well. If you click there, you can go to the actual website. There's a ton of information you can get, and it was just such a moving ceremony, and to see our community come together and like that was just really awing. I was in awe. On May 2nd, Voorhees High School also hosted their successful Relay for Life event. They drew strong participation from community members, students from North Hunterdon and surrounding schools, because North Hunterdon did Because of Joey instead of the relay. So we had a lot of students from our surrounding schools join Voorhees, and together they reached their fundraising goal of $15,000 in support of cancer research and awareness. They had food trucks, vendors, school groups, and live music, so it was quite an event up there. And then on Tuesday, May 13th, there were 4 players from the Voorhees United soccer team had their signing day with the Unified Red Bulls soccer team. So 4 of our peer leaders at Voorhees actually got on the Unified soccer team for the United Red Bulls. Those members were Juliana Cometto, Julian Kufo, Natalie Hoffman, and Joey Pasquale. That team will be traveling to Austin, Texas on June 14th to play the Austin FC United team. So that's a pretty big accomplishment as well for those students. So congratulations to all of them. So we have our report on harassment, intimidation, and bullying for tonight. We have 3 cases that are being reported to you. 1 is unfounded, 1 is founded for all offenders, and 1 is founded for some of the offenders, or not for all. And then we will also need our motion.
Yeah. Can we have a motion and a second to affirm the determinations on the HIB incidents reported at the April 29th board meeting? All in-
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Doug, did you get that? That was Brian.
I got it.
And then all the reports are there, if there's any questions.
Moving forward, I'd like to note Voorhees High School graduation ceremony, June 12th, 9 a.m. North Hunterdon High School graduation will be the same day, but at 10:30. For board members, there will be transportation here at North Hunterdon. It's arrive at before 8.
Yeah, by 8, I would say the latest. A little bit before.
And then you can transport to Voorhees, attend Voorhees, and then come back to North for the ceremony.
So I can sell this then?
If you're not driving. The idea is to come here first, leave your car.
Come over.
Can I ask a question? Is there, you as a president, or is there a representative that speaks at the ceremonies for the Board of Ed? That's never happened?
Not that I'm aware of.
Years ago, we used to have the board president would address
I'm just asking
the
a
crowd.
question.
It hasn't been done for over a decade, I would say.
I think the most important person to be heard from is your
I'm just asking a
CSA.
question, that's all.
I think everyone does it a little different
I'm not asking
districts.
to be judged, I'm just asking a question.
I will be changing it up a little bit and be part of the ceremony at each school, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions about that? Okay, also, annual goal setting will be on June 24th. That'll be a 6 p.m. start here in the district office. And the deadline to submit nominating petitions for school board vacancies to the county clerk's office is July 28th by 4 p.m. At this time, we will have public comment. During this portion of the meeting, the public is invited to address the Board of Education with comments. You are requested to sign the register provided and to state your name, municipality of residence, group affiliation if applicable, and direct your comments to the school board president. While all comments will be considered by the Board of Education, a response may be forthcoming if and when appropriate. Individual school board members may not respond to the speakers at the time of their appearance. The public comment period will be a maximum of 30 minutes in length unless there are unusual circumstances. You will be allocated 3 minutes to speak, and no one will be permitted to speak more than once on the same topic until all others who wish to speak on that topic have been heard. Please keep your comments respectful and non-defamatory, and maintain the level of decorum appropriate for a public meeting where students may be present and in the audience. Thank you. Welcome to our public.
Good evening. My name is Yvonne Shepard. I'm a longtime resident of Franklin Township of Hunterdon County, and I'm one of those people that Dr. Gribb referred to that has been living here for a long time and doesn't have any kids in the school system, but I am a taxpayer, so I'm very interested in the work of this board. Tonight, however, I'm reading a statement written by a former board member, Deborah Bonomi from Tewksbury. I am very honored, however, to read this statement from her because I concur with her 100%. So she just happened to do a wonderful job of writing it, and I read. As a concerned resident of the North Hunterdon-Voorhees Regional High School District, I feel compelled to publicly voice my deep disappointment and concern regarding the actions and conduct of Board President Kim Solino. Ms. Solino, your recent formation of an ad hoc committee without informing the full board of its members was not only misleading, but unethical. Transparency is a foundational expectation of board leadership. And once again, You have failed to meet that standard. Forming a committee without balanced representation or board-wide input is a clear violation of the spirit of collaboration and public trust that this district deserves. You have repeatedly claimed to follow process, yet your actions continue to prove otherwise. This latest example is not an isolated incident. It reflects a pattern of non-transparent, unilateral decision-making that continues to erode confidence in the board and its leadership. Equally troubling is your ongoing public reference to a frivolous ethics complaint filed against those board members, only against those board members, who voted to keep books on the library shelves. There is no justifiable reason to weaponize an unresolved complaint to undermine fellow board members in public forums. Your continued mention of it is not only slanderous, but unbecoming of your position. Shame on you, Ms. Salino. You have repeatedly used your platform to push a narrow agenda while silencing dissent, misrepresenting facts, and dividing this community. The students and people of this district expect better. We deserve leadership. We deserve leadership that operates with fairness, transparency, and integrity. I urge the public to take notice and speak out. Submit your concern to the New Jersey State Board Association and demand accountability. It's time to restore trust and competence and remove Ms. Salino from her role as board president. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Amy Barrett, and I'm a resident of Highbridge. My remarks tonight are about the new NJSBA policy manual. The policy is about library resource materials, public complaints, and transgender students are less specific and less clear than the current Strauss-Esme versions. The new Media Center Library Policy 6163.1 lacks the details about criteria for selecting library materials that are in the existing Policy 2530. The existing library resource materials policy has been a model for other libraries and includes book selection criteria that are compliant with the new Freedom to Read law. These criteria are important because they enable both book selection and book reconsideration to be based on specific objective standards. I'm confused about which complaint policy is intended to be used for library materials. The new Community Complaints and Inquiries Policy, 1312, says nothing about book reconsideration, and the Complaints Regarding Instructional Materials Policy, 6161-2, does not even mention library resources. Both new policies are vague. In contrast, the existing Public Complaints Policy and Regulation, 9130, provides details on the process for reconsidering a book, which this district has relied on twice during the past 4 years. This existing process is compliant with the new Freedom to Read law. The proposed Gender Identity and Expression Policy, 5145.7, is intended to replace the Transgender Student Policy, 5756. It obfuscates the student-centered approach of the Strauss-Esme policy. The existing policy says clearly that school district staff are not required to notify a student's parent of the student's gender identity. The proposed policy says that the issue of parental notification will be addressed on a case-by-case basis, and the school counselor must balance the rights of the student and the parents. The existing policy states clearly that the school district shall allow a transgender student to use a restroom based on the student's gender identity. The proposed policy says that the superintendent, parents, students, and staff will evaluate options. Without clear guidelines, district staff may inadvertently violate the law. The NJSBA characterizes its gender identity policy as a sample discretionary policy and states that sample discretionary policies are not model policies or suggested best practices and should not be adopted without district revisions and consultation with your board attorney. I urge you to review the gender identity policy as well as the policies relating to library materials and complaints with your board attorneys, to ensure that this district remains compliant with New Jersey law. I urge you to keep the current policies in place for now. Thank you.
Hi there, Jennifer Cusack of Highbridge. Gonna keep this really pretty simple. Outing students literally is endangering students. I don't usually talk about these sorts of things up here, but I'm a lesbian. I had a friend who many years ago was outed when she was 14. Her mother beat her nearly to death. She spent weeks in the hospital. Outing students can kill students.
Good evening, Board. I'm Dan Kleinman. I'm from Chatham. I am not from this school, but I'm somehow involved. This evening we heard a speaker talk about a false ethics complaint that was filed. I want everybody to know that that's still being considered, and it's not my fault that it's taking a long time for that to be considered. There's just a big, long backlog with the...
Mr. Kleinman, can we just not be speaking to, I don't think you should be speaking to the ethics complaint.
Well, this first speaker talked about you're making slanderous comments based on your talking about the ethics complaint, which sounds like a freedom of speech complaint or ethics problem to me, that you can't even say something because she considers it slanderous. Then she finished up by urging people to file their own complaints.
Motion to recess?
Second.
Well, can we have a vote? Can we have a vote?
You have the vote.
Can you do that in the middle of my 3 minutes?
I can. I'm doing it. I'm asking for it. Is that okay?
We'll resume public comment once we have to vote first.
I think you should vote.
Motion and a second.
Yes.
Motion by Jess, second by
Can we do a
Angela.
roll call vote?
Sure. Ready?
Yep.
Christina Cagno,
No.
Brian Chapman,
Yes.
Angela Dini,
Yes.
Nicole Gallo,
No.
Beth Coltron,
Yes.
Rich Lordy,
Yes.
Brendan McIsaac,
Yes.
Cynthia Ray,
No.
Kimberly Salino,
No.
Dan Spanton,
Yes.
Jessica Vieto.
Yes.
Okay. Motion carries.
I don't know if that means executive session.
Okay, I need a motion and a second to come out of break, adjournment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Mr. Kleinman, before you start, I'd like to read something to the board and yourself. You have been advised that ethics matters while pending are confidential. You were specifically directed about this by the School Ethics Commission. The board solicitor also advised you of this confidentiality issue during a prior meeting. I also want to remind you that while members of the public may make appropriate public comments, may make appropriate public comments during board meetings, no one may defame or slander another person during their comment. You are cautioned against making inappropriate comments and reminded that anyone you mention also has rights which they may exercise against you in the event you speak inappropriately. With that said, we will permit you to speak during the time remaining consistent with this reminder, and it's approximately 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. I've signed my name a second time because this is part 2. During the previous 30 seconds, I had said all that I wanted to and was about to sit down. So I'm going to do that now. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Harlan Ettinger. I'm a taxpayer and longtime resident of Highbridge, New Jersey. I came up mostly in response to Jen's comments before about the real dangers of outing students. Just to ask you to please remember the safety and well-being of every student in the district is a much higher priority than the discomfort any of you may feel about people you perceive as gender non-conforming or who you might perceive as the other. Protect our kids when you think about making changes to the existing policies. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marina Bartelli. I live in Franklin Township, and I am the mother of 2 North Hunterdon grads. I'm just struck that the students of our North Hunterdon-Voorhees district are so very accomplished, and they're just impressive young people. Our community can and absolutely should be proud of these students, the ones that were featured here this evening and throughout the school year. And those students can look upon themselves with pride and self-respect for who they are as human beings. They are shining examples for all of us and for our community at large. They're well-rounded. What's most striking is that their activities speak to their being out not just for personal success, and not for solely their own benefit, but these are young people who are contributors to our society. They put their efforts towards the greater good of others. They go forward with kindness and consideration and compassion for others, not judgment, not exclusion. This is the fabric of a thriving community and a successful, healthy society. These kids are it. So they all must have a personal spark within them, but it has to be supported and encouraged by their family, who give them strong values, a moral compass of ethics, basic human ethics of how to be. And that's supported by their peers, their community, and more importantly, in some cases, their school community, the opportunities that are there, the clubs, the activities that they have so that they can thrive and expand and grow as human beings. So this is the why behind school board leadership, to be student-focused and to make sure that the policies that are enacted, that the administration, the teachers are maintaining policies that are supportive of the personal growth of these students, that will encourage their intellectual growth and their expansion so that they may thrive and achieve. And this is to the greater benefit of all of us, for our district, for our community, for our state, and for our country. So you really have an amazing group of young people we've seen all year round, and I would encourage you as a board to keep that in mind and put policies in that support and provide safety and encouragement for these young people to grow, thrive, and expand as individuals. Thank you.
Public comments? With no more public comments, we will close public comments. And we will move on to our committee reports. Curriculum, instruction, and technology. Brendan?
Okay, let me just double check the date here. The committee met on the 21st. In the report, the items that you have, first was the monthly reports, and each month sort of sometimes there's a question about absentee data that appears on there. For example, in this month there was a date that came up that showed a high level of absenteeism. The administration looked into it and was able to determine that it matched our Take Your Child to Work Day, where a lot of students were supporting the work of that day. But again, that's just the sort of thing that as sort of aberrations appear, it's an opportunity for us to look at and inform policy decisions, particularly as we look at, as a district, how we're allowing for excused or unexcused absences. There was also an observation regarding an uptick in some vaping incidents. So the district will also be reevaluating some of their bathroom policies and practices where the vaping seems to be occurring. We also looked at home instruction and some new curriculum textbooks. The textbooks themselves are being recommended for approval, but it did spark a conversation about just the reading experiences of students and the degree to which kids are reading physical books versus possibly screens and or digital versions of text, which kind of opened up some additional conversation about just the impact of screens on student learning and learning experiences that tap into more analog kinds of experiences, like reading a physical book or writing in a journal. And some of the research and practices that speak to both wellness and better comprehension with some of those skill sets. And so it's really going to be finding the balance between some of these textbooks and their digital formats that we're using and sort of the analog experiences that we're giving kids in the classroom as well. One of the points that was sort of raised that under the strategic plan as we go forward, trying to formulate a little bit of an instructional philosophy and design that can emphasize those types of experiences and just ensure that students aren't spending inordinate amounts of time on screens as part of learning versus face-to-face interactions and things of that sort. So that was something that Rich would continue to bring forward with the strategic plan. The last part of that first set was our comprehensive equity plan was up for review. So this is something that districts have to do every 3 years. It's a state requirement, and basically we have to attest to the policies that we have in place that meet the respective equity mandates. And in the agenda you can see the mandates themselves and the policies that align in support of each of those requirements. The conversation did move to the fact that as we transition to the school board's policy, some additional care would have to be taken to ensure that the school board policies that support those various requirements are appropriately replacing any of the Strauss-Esme policies that do the same. I know we have first reads of policies tonight, and I know I had a chance to get in and look at some of them and see that a number of those items are in there or captured in those new policies as well. The next item that we spent a little bit of time on was the common assessments. Rich Barone demonstrated the Pear Deck platform that the students and teachers are using for assessments. He showed us the dashboards that give both district level data and teacher class level data that informs teachers about how kids are performing and affords them the opportunities to meet and work with during professional development days to review those data, to identify trends, patterns, and what the instructional response to that information might be. The platform itself allows teachers to target specific skills, specific question types, the amount of time students are spending on a given question, and we'll continue to sort of map that to the standardized assessment data like the NJ, SLA, and GPA. And then I think one item going forward was looking at the ways that our student information system sort of interacts with the assessment platform so it can help us examine subgroups that we have within our school, because those are things that come out on state reports as well, to identify what any of those trends or needs might be. And then the last item was the first in our new effort to annually get a little bit of an update as to each curricular department, and this year it started off with health and PE. So Rich Brown gave a little bit of a report talking about the various dimensions of the health curriculum, everything from driver's ed to team pep to unified health, social relationships, digital citizenship, the experiences of adolescence and stress, drugs and alcohol. On the PE side, an emphasis on lifelong fitness, safety, first aid, family planning, finances, parenting, and then highlighting certain activities like Project Adventure, team building, team sports, lifelong sports, fitness and wellness as sort of like the PE trajectory that students go through grades 9 to 12. So the goal now is for each year to kind of provide the committee members with a little bit of an update as to the existing departments and sort of what's emerging in each of those areas. Committee was recommending approval for all of those items, so I open the floor to any questions or clarifications.
Any questions?
So, I know the committee's been focusing on absenteeism, and I'm just curious, with that approach, I know there's no quick solution. I know this is something that's been focused on for a while. Where does student voice play a role in that? Do we survey students? Do we try to take a look from their perspective or their eyes what may be contributing to that? I don't know.
And I guess I don't know if on that, do any of the climate and culture surveys that we give have items that help us speak to that dimension?
Yeah, that might be the method that we can maybe try to do some correlations. We haven't done that yet, but that might be a good idea.
And then the other thing on that I wondered about is that the district does use the strong evaluation, right, to evaluate teachers. And one of the major standards in that area to evaluate teachers is the learning environment. And so how does looking at the data with teacher evaluation in terms of learning environment impact what the learning environment is like and how that may or may not inform absenteeism?
I think an interesting, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, we can make that connection as well.
Yeah.
I think some interesting conversation. If I understand what you're saying there, you have obviously metrics from our evaluation instruments that sort of indicate each of those areas where teachers are performing informal observations. And then if that could be put in conversation with climate and culture data, in other words, do the ratings in classroom environments sort of match the reporting from students and or parents, but mostly students in terms of the classroom experience?
Are there any trends that emerge when we look at that one standard? Right.
And I don't remember, I know that things are sort of finalizing regarding the strategic plan itself. But that too, obviously, since they use the CUSAC dimensions on that, where that environmental learning culture is sort of present in that as well, going forward.
That could be another good one.
Yeah. And I do think I think it's a little bit of what we were having a little conversation about, again, with that idea of screen time, digital experiences versus interpersonal face-to-face, or just the research behind the wellness of being able to write and sort of being able to hold a physical book and sort of have that connection as well.
And classrooms that have higher engagement, do they see higher attendance rates, right?
The question I had on this, my first time going through the comprehensive equity plan and assessment. So my understanding is now we're good for 3 years, is that correct?
I think, what was this, 25 to 28? I think it was? Yeah. So every 3 years.
Is this statutorily required?
Yes.
Okay. So I read through this as best I can. It's pretty detailed. So going through the school and classroom practices, and then it lists whether the district is compliant or not, and then the documentation or evidence to substantiate. All makes sense. So when I scroll to like table 9, the equity in the student access, there's parts of this that really make sense to me, and then one I just question just for my own understanding. So ensure equitable and bias-free access for all students to computers, computer classes, career, and technical. That makes a lot of sense to me, right? I think that's common sense. It could probably be easily quantified, right? But there's one on here, like, for instance, ensure that minority and female students are not underrepresented in gifted and talented or accelerated/advanced courses, including math or science. Isn't that black or white? Like, how do you, like, I don't know, like, either, just give me some rope here, because I'm not familiar with this stuff at all. Either you're gifted and talented, you meet the criteria, or you don't. Is that correct? Am I correct in saying that? Because if that's still how it is, then how would you ever, and maybe this is in the policy that they're referring to policy and regulation 2260 or policy and regulation 5750, but how would you ever enforce that? Like, how would you ever, either you're gifted and talented, or how would you ensure that equity is involved in a process, whether it's black and white, whether you make it or you don't? That's what I'm confused.
Well, I think in some of the conversation that came up in the committee, and actually thanks for reminding me, was sort of this idea of, as a school, we have external assessments like the PSATs that all kids take. And then we have internal processes by which students select classes, or maybe there's criteria to be recommended for a class. And one of the things that you can look at is you might have data that suggests from an external assessment, like a PSAT, that a student is capable of a certain level of achievement that might not match their course load selections, or it could even be something where you have students who are maybe not being recommended for an honors level, even though they've shown the aptitude on external measures. And it's just a matter of that's something to sort of look into. I know with gifted and talented, and Angela helped me out on this, I mean, a lot of that focuses on younger grades with firmer descriptors. By the time you get into high school, there's a lot more self-selection going on.
Compartmentalized differently.
Right.
It's just, yeah, it's different. And the way to get in and all that, yeah.
I read that as, we don't want to have an environment where it's, oh, you can't do that, you're a girl.
I don't think anybody would agree with that, yeah.
So, you know, there's nothing in that document that I hope is going on like that we have problems with. Right. But that's how I read that one, was like, yeah, you probably don't want to do that. Why don't you just take the regular course? You know, that girls don't do that.
And
that kind of thing. You want to prevent that from happening. And because there should be some kind of distribution, right? If we don't have, I was the gifted and talented. I tried to interpret it as, okay, this is a state mandate that's broader. We don't have a class in our high school called the gifted and talented class. You have, the different levels. But anyways, that's what I was interpreting that was. Sure. If it ends up that the highest level of math is all boys, then there's something in the system that's goofed up.
Well, and that's exactly what I was thinking, because I was like, well, what happens if it happens to be all girls, just because they made those numbers, or all boys, and there wasn't a boy or girl? Like, is that equitable? Because now you have to bring a boy or girl in, but they didn't meet the criteria. So that's why that's the way I took it too. So
that's how I read it.
Well, I was like,
but it's not about, maybe it's not about bringing up.
But that's the way it was reading. It was kind of weird.
Maybe it's what's wrong with the way the students are going through the program, that they're not getting the grades to qualify for. Is there something that they're not getting support in,
There's also, the responsibility of the guidance counselors too, because the students work on their schedule based upon the recommendations of the teachers in previous years. So just as an example, if you have a student that was in an advanced algebra class, right, and the student wants to just stay on that track, there's discussions that take place between the student as well as the parents and the guidance counselor about, well, maybe that student is ready to go up or stay status quo. And so I think the way I read this also was, it's about making sure that we're making those classes accessible properly to students who the school believes can move them up, and it should be done on an equal basis.
Right, meaning like we're not making it not available to students that meet the criteria or are capable.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And I think you've even seen it culturally. I think about like when my girls were young, you saw a huge like girls in science, girls in coding, sort of this effort to just engage girls in areas that might not have been like the automatic go-to. And I think we've seen the impact of that. I know some of the data that we even looked at last year was showing some amazing performance by our female students in the sciences.
Sure.
That sort of bucks traditional trends. And I think and as long as the district is sort of looking at the data to sort of say, do we have any disproportionalities that are cause for investigation or concern?
Sure. So back to your point.
Yeah.
So to your point, and using Nicole's example, you could have a math class or whatever full of all girls or all boys, hypothetically, and still be in compliance.
Yeah, I would say that that's correct.
Okay.
Maybe not 5 years in a row.
Yeah, not that exactly. If so, in a given year it is what it is, then I think the idea would be to evaluate: are there changes that need to the prior classroom levels to understand why we're either not getting girls or boys or minorities into those classes, and so it becomes an assessment.
But a couple of themes here I'm hearing too is that proactivity.
Exactly, the proactivity.
Not waiting till it gets to that point, but the counselor we talked about before, what do you need to do to get there? You said the student goals, that kind of thing. So
I think sometimes it just misreads when you read it. It's hard to kind of.
So if I can just interject there, this is a state form, and, it's meant for all school districts in the state, right? So not just 9 to 12, so they'll use terms like gifted and talented, which we really don't have. We have an AP program, right? But this is inclusive of all school districts.
Right.
So K to 12s or K8s and plus us. And all that this is doing is saying that these areas of concern, here's a policy that addresses it, so if we saw some trends, we have the policy to fall back on and say, here's why we need to investigate this and make sure this is not an issue. And we might investigate it and say it's not an issue. These were all just, this is how it landed, and sometimes it's, an anomaly of a year for something.
No.
But again, if it was happening 3 or 4 years in a row, then you'd start to look at trends and say, what's going on?
How are we going to update this form with the new policies?
We're going to.
We will once
It
the new
has to.
policy goes in place. Yeah, I mean, theoretically, it doesn't have to be until we do a statement of assurance for next year, but we'll do it between now and then.
And I think this one particularly also speaks to, if we want to be a best practice on this, it would speak to all marginalized groups, not just these two, right? Because
Yeah.
what happens with groupings is sometimes groups are put in a box, and then we think of those groups in some ways, so then we think at them, sadly sometimes, as a deficit instead of a strength-based place, right? So I think that's something that has to be considered with that.
And from a day-to-day practice, I would say we do that.
Right.
This is, again, a compliance document to make
Right.
sure that we have all the things that we need to be in compliance with state and federal law.
Yep.
So, yeah. But I agree.
Okay, can I have a motion and a second to approve 12.1, 12.3?
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions?
I abstain to 12.3. I'm sorry, vote no to 12.3.
Doug, do you have?
I got that, thank you.
Okay, moving on. 13, policy and school security, a committee report. Ms. Gowan?
Okay, the committee met on May 19th. All were in attendance. We were obviously discussing New Jersey School Board's policy review. We kind of did the 7,000s and 9,000s. We had some questions about the 6,000s. The committee discussed the last two sections. The consensus was to move forward with the first reading of the full policy manual at the May meeting, with the second reading for June adoption, with adoption at July 1st. Okay, second agenda item, sorry, it was kind of combined there. Policy 5113 was the attendance, absence, and excuses. So this was the one exception that we kind of decided prior to adopting the manual to make a change to this, so because we're trying to work on the absenteeism. Most of the discussion was regarding the adoption of this revised policy and regulation as part of the full manual adoption. This policy and regulation was revised to better support the goal of lowering our chronic absentee numbers. One of the most substantial changes was to require additional documentation for absences due to medical reasons, with most requiring a note from a medical professional. In conjunction with this, the policy regulation would increase the number of unexcused absences from 12 to 16 for a loss of credit. There are also notifications made to parents when students have accumulated 4, 7, and 10 absences, so that the remediation plans can be set up and monitored to ensure students do not go over thresholds, resulting in a loss of credit. So the conclusion is the new revised policy and regulation will be part of the full policy manual adoption in May and June.
So if I can just provide a couple clarifying points. So it will be 16 for a full year course, 8 for a half year course.
That's correct.
Right? And we also discussed the fact that it would be very important prior to the school year starting that it was communicated well to parents so that they were aware of the changes that were made. The only other comment that I wanted to make was just to give a bit of background, a little bit more background, because I know that there were some questions from the public. So there's a lot of policy documents as part of this whole policy. And as a board, we agreed we were moving over to the New Jersey School Board's policy. And so really what we were looking for were things that had to get changed so that when the school year started, that we changed before the school year started. Now we'll have the opportunity to go through and look at the individual policies to make sure that we're comfortable with the changes that are being made based upon it being the school board's policy. So I just wanted to provide that clarification that we're not just going to adopt it and then we're just going to leave it.
So I have a question. Has anything else other than 5113 been revised?
Nope, I think so.
No.
It's only
There
one.
there was a couple language things they made us choose, you know,
Yeah.
but they were minor changes, and so we made those decisions as a part of this review process.
Like what language?
I can't
The
remember.
one I was
Example?
thinking about was the one that were about pagers. There's a whole section related
Oh,
to use of
Yeah, there were some,
pagers.
and,
Obsolete language.
Obsolete language.
Yes.
And then there was that one too that.
but yeah, the rest of it is model school board's language, with the exception of the attendance policy we just mentioned, which we wanted to change that to reflect what we want it to be next year, not what we had before. Because school boards looked at our previous policy and modeled their language after our previous policy, and we wanted to make changes to that to affect current absentees.
Other than that, nothing's been altered?
Nope.
Okay.
Nicole, when you were talking about the increase in the number of unexcused absences from 12 to 16, is that the change we were making to the school board policy to make it match our current, or was that
So we're just changing the policy entirely. So we took the New Jersey School Board based policy, which kind of looks at ours as well and kind of combines it. But we're switching the unexcused absences from 12 to 16 because I think we're going to be changing what is an unexcused absence and an excused absence actually is.
Okay, so it's more, and I don't know if...
Needs to follow with the medical note.
Right,
Yeah.
so I guess I'm just trying to, in my head, put it in conversation with the idea of reducing chronic absenteeism. This is more about redefining what's excused and unexcused and recognizing the need for some latitude in excused.
Yes, and a student would have to have 18 absences or more to be considered chronically absent.
Okay.
So that's why we moved that, because we're going to require more documentation.
Right.
We go from 12 basically freebies to 16 freebies. So we gave them a little bit more latitude there, but we're still going to, we're still below that threshold where they would lose credit, and we would have a chance to remediate that before they get any further.
And is that sort of a new dimension, also sort of the remediation steps happening at those intervals, or was that something that we had in existing absentee policy?
We already had that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like the 4, 7, 10 sort of notification process.
The idea, Brendan, but it hadn't come across yet, was parents were allowed to just write a note.
That's what I recall.
So it was-
That came through, mostly through COVID too. We were having.
Yeah,
There
yeah,
was flexibility.
there was a reason
Yeah.
for it.
There was a
but then
reason for
became
it.
kind of habit,
Right.
or
And so it's
probably
all
bad
snapping
administration,
back
but
of
it was
that.
like, and not all parents,
Except-
but some parents were
Right.
just routinely, I okayed it.
Right.
I okayed it. So now there's 16, but that kind of ability to use that is gone.
Got it.
Any further discussion on that? Okay, can I call for I need a motion and a second to approve 13.1?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Okay. Next will be finance, facilities, and transportation. Dan?
The committee met on the 19th. Just about everybody was there at the committee meeting. Some of the things that we discussed were, so on the agenda, we have there was a safety grant that we're asking for acceptance of. This was applied for, and we're asking that we accept that. One of the other items that came up that a couple of board members had asked some questions about were the district donations. There were some books, a list of books that were donated. So I got some information on that. I just wanted to report out that the books that are on the list for donation were sent by, they were unsolicited, sent by the vendors to the school, and this is actually, they were sent back in February. Since February, they've been reviewed by the librarian, and the building administration. The books were in support. Is Beanstack like a program, I think?
It's a publisher, I believe.
Oh, that's the publisher, okay. So the Beanstack is the publisher that sent the books, and it's for the Enthusiastic Readers Program for students. It's to incentivize students to read for recreation. The goal is to increase the interest in the Beanstack Enthusiastic Readers Program and the Media Center and provide an incentive for reading to increase the number of books that students read for entertainment. The librarian has a plan to use these books as prizes for incentivized reading. So that's the goal of these books. And like I said, they've been reviewed by the librarian and the building administration and are being asked to approve them. The Polytech agreements are in place. I don't know that they're finalized. I guess they're being sent to.
So yeah, they'll be finalized by our board tonight.
Right.
And then Polytech will adopt them after we.
Okay. There's an amendment of the professional services agreement with Rutgers University Behavioral Health. This is an amendment. You'll see this is actually for 24-25, which is this current year. So this amendment is really something that was already, and tell me if I'm saying this wrong, already in practice, but wasn't ever in writing and needed to be added just to put into writing in the agreement.
That is correct. It basically is another vendor that we can use for psychiatric evaluations.
Right. The student activity event contracts, this is something where we're not approving any costs for this. It is just to approve these school events so that if there's any issues that it's been approved by the board and it's understood, for liability reasons. We want to make sure that everyone's in agreement that we are supportive of those events. The requisition of taxes, this is just the statement of the tax certification for each municipality. The medical and dental benefits. So the review of the healthcare market and increased anticipation of 10% for medical, 2.7% for dental, and no increase for the prescription side. We talked about, just a reminder, I think we've talked about it already, that the candidate applications for board member candidate applications are due on July 28th. There are two projects we discussed, the district office roofing project, and I just have a clarification. The minutes actually say that we're getting bids and we're opening on June 4th. I believe they're still in the process of working on the documents. Is that correct?
We've signed off on the schematics, yes. So I'm not sure that the June 4th is accurate as far as the
Correct.
opening
Yeah.
date.
So it's in the process.
Yes.
They're being worked on right now. The door lock project is a project that's currently going on, but it's being expanded using the contingency funds that were already in place for that project. So the contingency, since it wasn't used, we're expanding this to include all the exterior doors, which would be, so all the doors in the school would be tied into the same system.
What is this project?
The doors?
Yeah.
So it's for card swipes and...
Yes, it's actually a replacement of all the interior doors.
Is this security? Kind of.
Yeah, somewhat, but it's more to make sure that the doors open and close easily. We have a lot of doors over the years that have fallen and they get, the door jambs get stuck. And so it's replacing the doors so we have an operating door. And then also, while we're doing that, putting swipe card systems.
Are we allowed to ask if the doors have windows or not?
Yeah, every door has to have a window.
I was going to say, because of fire safety, but I know that in a different incident, no windows would be a good thing, but in a situation when there was an evacuation or like a smoke thing or something like that, we go through that.
For an actual classroom, yeah, there's a requirement that there's a sight window.
And the balance of the items, there's the staff training and travel requests and bills list, and those are all items that are standard monthly approvals. And I believe that is it. If anybody has any questions?
I have a quick question, the building next door,
Polytech?
is it gonna be ready in time for the school year to start?
Oh,
It's looking a bit delayed.
I did miss that it's currently slated for September 20th. Is that
Yeah, September 20th, so about a month into our school year.
Okay.
And we have some alternative plans on where we can house some of those classes, and if there's a plan C where they can bring them down to Bartles Corner for that month if need be.
Okay.
But I think we'll be able to accommodate everything for that month.
Okay.
And I did have, anecdotally, I had a friend whose student went on they did an open house, I think.
Okay.
In the building and took a tour, and she said, although the outside looks
Yeah.
very undone, she said the interior looks very.
Yeah, so like 2 weeks ago, Todd did ask me, he was coming up and he asked if I wanted to do a quick tour while he was here. And, the inside, yeah, there is significant progress inside. I think the site work is the last thing to do to make it look like it's going to be a building, but they are working pretty feverishly there.
Just, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Is that the same topic? It's on a different topic.
Slightly.
Okay. Let's stay on topic. Go ahead.
Just connecting that with our demographics report, I'm assuming the demographics report does not include the Polytech or the Academy students who are not our sending district cohorts of kids.
Well, it included some of those. If those students, if it was a
ours.
Hunterdon-Voorhees student that was in that academy,
Right.
it did account for them.
Right.
It's only looking at people in our footprint. So it does not account for the ones from the other areas of the county that come to Polytech, and we provide the educational services for.
Right, so none of the numbers, even the projections, would have that information as part
Yeah,
of it.
they're all going to be a little higher than that because we have kids from other high schools that are coming here for those academies.
And then where was that number just averaging again, and in terms of how many of those students?
I think typically our academies are about a 60-40 split.
Of
Right,
us
Rich Brown,
versus external?
Mike?
Yeah, 50/50 at least.
All right, 50-50.
But those numbers for these are going to increase each year because the programs are going to build.
Yes.
That's kind of important.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
So you're saying
So
half of the academy's students are from out, they would, if it wasn't for the academy, they wouldn't go here.
Oh, interesting.
that is correct. And the same thing for the new programs that are going to be opening up in this new building. So.
Because admittedly, I mean, that's one of the things that's enabled us as a district to sort of stave off a more significant decline by attracting external students.
Yep.
So, I'm sorry, I missed that. So did they take into consideration that more people may be coming to the school for our actually four-year Polytech program? Not yet?
No, the demographic study did not account for the out-of-district students that were being admitted to the Polytech or vocational programs.
Will they come into play next time we do this?
I think the way they do demographic studies, as you can see, they have their science.
Yeah,
behind it,
yeah,
right?
they have a science.
So what we do is then we do the informal then,
Right.
and start counting up numbers and add those to what we have. Or we look at our current enrollments, because when you look at our enrollments in our student information system, it includes those students because they're part of our program, right? So we compare our numbers that we actually have to the numbers that they say we have. Again, things like the numbers he's using are, if a student is in the Polytech program right now as a junior or senior, they count as a half-time student. So we only get 0.5 of that student.
Right, okay.
So for every 100 kids that are in that program, we're only on the state books we're showing 50 kids, but we still have 100 kids to provide the instruction.
Seats.
And we are able to denote students from outside districts.
Yeah,
We already know
we
that.
can.
So,
Yeah, and that's data we constantly look at for staffing and things of that nature.
Sorry, Angela.
Totally fine.
did you have a question, Ann?
Yeah, so going back to the professional services agreement with Rutgers, services will be provided from December 24th to June 25th. And I think that's come up before with, I don't know if it was with our SRO or something where we had another backdated sort of contract. Is there a way to get ahead of that and just have that information before, or could it not be avoided?
Yeah, no, we do our best to avoid those things. We'd like
Yeah.
things to be done proactively beforehand.
Yeah, because that's
you know,
a 6-month one, right?
We only have 2 other firms that do full psychiatric evaluations, and this would be a 3rd now.
Okay.
And again, we want that for the rest of this school year so that we have that 3rd. We've had situations where the other 2 are very busy, and we have the opportunity to do this.
And then I have a question to tag along on Angela. It says here that the provided psychiatric evaluations on as needed basis upon request of the client. Would the client be a student or would it be the school?
It's a school. So a full psychiatric evaluation is typically done. There's a few different reasons, but typically if we have concerns about a student's behavior, whether or not they would be a danger to themselves or others, we're asking them to go out and get a psychiatric evaluation. So it's in our interest to get that done as soon as possible so we can get the student back in school.
Okay, and that is with parental consent?
Yeah. The parents have to take it.
That's right. I just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
So is, to Angela's point, does that end June 30th?
It does, because we're out for RFP right now for those services,
Oh,
so we don't
that's
want
right.
to commit ourselves past that. So
We're covered.
it'll happen again next year, but we're just asking for the remainder of this year. So.
Okay.
I have a few things. The first item, the acceptance of the safety grant. I'm just curious with, maybe you can or cannot say anything because it has to do with safety, but what would be the risk reduction projects that would happen or have happened in the past?
So specifically, I wouldn't want to mention, but I can tell you that we use that money basically for safety and security issues. Sometimes it's fixing sidewalks that could be a tripping hazard. Other times it could
that's
be
what I
cameras to put in an area that we might not have full coverage of.
Okay.
You know, so things of
Just
that
wanted to
nature. That's
clarify
examples.
that. Okay, that's what I thought. The second one after that, 14.2, it's just, I'm just noticing this now, there's a couple typos on that one at the very end. Item 3, 4th line towards the end, should read contract, right?
Mhm.
And then there's something, the last sentence, for public.
Is it?
It's just a mistake.
Spelling error.
Oh, yeah, spelling
Yeah,
error.
so just to, it says republic instead of for.
That should be. I think there was a space between the O and the R.
And that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Autocorrect.
Autocorrect.
Yeah. Again, we can run that past, the attorney to see if we have to re-adopt this later or if it.
If that changes things,
Yeah,
right? Okay.
Again, I think it's a typo. I don't think it changes the substantive language of the
Okay.
resolution, but.
And I have a question.
And I have one more.
Oh, go ahead.
But we can always approve it noting that too, that we would change that as well.
Okay. All right, so the district donations, I think it's great. I actually took the time to look through all these books because I was just curious about them. And there's some great books here. The 32 books, really good. Like just diversity, and it makes me want to read some of these. There's one particular book that is a concern to me, and it has to do with some situations within the book. There's a 9-year-old being molested. There's 2 separate rapes. I think it's a very, I guess I didn't need to say pervasively vulgar, where it's going to be a surprise perhaps to a student. If these are given out as prizes. I'm not sure how that all is going to play out, but I wanted to voice that. And I'm not sure where we can go with a vote, because this might be a vote, right, all or none. And I wouldn't want to discard multiple books for one.
Is there a way we can line item when we get donations, something like that?
I mean, we could in the future. We didn't for this one because it's
Yeah,
typically a
yeah.
list. This was all the book titles that were sent.
Yeah.
I was.
Is it a true story? Is it fiction or nonfiction, the book that you're referring to?
It is fiction.
It's
Fiction, okay.
And I did read it all the way through.
Okay, yeah.
So it's unfortunately, it's a sad story
Right.
following kids. And it does have a lot of parallel with what could happen, because it follows 2 kids in foster care. So it's deep content.
And there was another one too, which says when the world tips over. I read a couple of the pages and I stopped, but there was a scene in there where adults are sexually assaulting a 14-year-old. It's pretty graphic. I don't know. You just don't know if these are going to trigger something. I mean, it's talking about squeezing breasts, thrusting against back, ejaculating, keeping hands over the mouth, stifle the screams. I mean, this is an adult sexually assaulting a child, so.
These books are approved by the librarian?
So yeah, these were sent by that publisher to the librarian, unsolicited, but it was like advanced copies.
Right.
The librarian did look through them, and determined they were appropriate titles, recommended them to the building administration, who recommended them to me, who was recommending them to you.
What is the process when they're approving it? Are they reading the books?
Yeah, no, they don't read every book. Obviously, a librarian can't read every book that comes into the library, but they're usually reading the summaries and seeing if there is any controversy surrounding it, kind of thing.
So is there like a from
there is
library association or something like that they take recommendations from?
I'm not sure it's the library associations. They do use I can't think of the name of the title right now. Hold on, let's see if I can find it.
We went through this all years ago, Rich, with book donations and things like that.
Yeah, but we're just questioning the process to see if we can itemize, because there's good books in there that would be very helpful.
Yeah.
There's some books in there that could be a massive trigger.
Yeah, if there are books that individual board members have concerns about, they can send me their concerns, and then I can look at that administratively and determine whether or not that's something we let the librarian hand out, or if it's just something we add to our collection for a student that might need it.
Okay.
Well, the librarian might not even be aware.
Well,
that
yeah,
the passage is in there.
Yeah.
Or the whatever.
Yeah, so again, those concerns that were brought up, I can use that administratively to take a closer look at that and then report out later on. But
I know we're changing policies and all. Is there a policy behind donations? What can be approved, what cannot? And then secondly, when those come in, do we run them by our attorney?
we do not run book donations by our attorney.
Okay. When anything's
As far as the policy,
the
policy really dictates
or the process.
process. The policy dictates process. It doesn't dictate content, right? And so that's something that we rely on discretion and the professionalism of our.
It's human. Okay.
Yeah.
I just have our old policy here, 7230, that says gifts to the school should not be contemplated unless they have a real place in the educational program. So I just.
Yeah, and again, in this case, I believe they felt like it did.
Right.
I know there were some concerns about some excerpts from the books, and we can, again, look into those.
Mm-hmm.
But like you said, I wouldn't want to stop this process just, for the rest of the books.
Right.
Because I think they are beneficial.
I want to go back to 14.2. So just from a process point.
Well, before, I don't want to stop you, but I didn't report on that because I was not part of the FFT committee.
That was
and I did ask that if someone from the ad hoc committee could report out.
And we can do that.
Can I just, before we report out on it, can I ask why it wasn't covered in the FFT committee? Since it's a recommendation that the FFT committee, it should go to the FFT committee prior to recommending to the board to review an FFT?
I'm going to defer to our chair.
Well, before I get there, I mean, it's a fair question and it's a good question. I also have the same question for 14.3 because we didn't discuss that in I mean, I know I was under the weather that day, but I could have missed it, but I don't recall that coming up at FFT at all.
It doesn't typically come up in FFT.
So I don't know, like some of the stuff that I'm hearing is for the first time. So if I didn't see the books, I didn't see the passages, didn't read it, admittedly.
Was the list on the agenda?
Yeah, but that's not our
And it's not our area to micromanage either.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying.
That's not micromanaging.
I'm saying there's a concern raised, and if what she's saying is in there, and I believe that there is, like that would, I'm hearing it for the first time. So that would be
That's
That would
student
cause
protection.
me some concern. That's me personally.
Okay, well, can we go back to 14.2 then? And please explain why this wasn't presented in FFT prior to adding it to the agenda?
I don't think I can answer that question. I would defer to the FFT chair.
Well, the FFT chair wasn't on the committee, and the agenda item was added to the agenda after the original agenda was published, the draft was published. I listened to the FFT committee. It was not covered in the FFT committee agenda. This item was added to the board agenda after the original draft, and it wasn't covered in committee.
Isn't it a separate committee from FFT? Isn't that
It's
what the
an
whole ad hoc?
It's an ad hoc committee. It's an ad hoc
But when
committee.
We had an ad hoc
created.
committee for the DEI.
Right,
You
but we-
reported out on that.
All I did was report out, we didn't
Right.
ask for the board
Right.
to.
So it's a
approve it.
separate committee, so why would
Right,
one
but
committee
we're
report to
asking
another
for board
committee?
approval on the decision of an ad hoc committee, and that ad hoc committee has not presented to our traditional committee or to the
I
board
think
the
that's what you're
results.
planning on
I'm gonna be
doing,
doing that.
right?
No, but you didn't present it to FFT. It's the order of operation,
Well, the report was not complete by that meeting date.
that
so-
it shouldn't be added to this month's
But
agenda.
nor was FFT recorded? Or
FFT was
That's the
recorded.
one that actually works this month. so.
That was the one that worked, that's right. But
So
there are a couple things under FFT that are in question, why they're there on the agenda, right? The book donations was just one, and now this one.
Well, I
So
think-
aren't they separate agenda items then?
No, but this is, I mean, we're talking about a contract here. This is.
This is a
Okay,
contract.
but the chair could have asked ad hoc. I mean, it's one of these guys. I mean.
No,
No,
what would I
in
ask?
this
I
I don't
case,
understand why a
but-
committee would have to review
Angela,
another
in this
committee.
case, half of the board is not included in the ad hoc committee. There has been no, when we looked at the findings of the ad hoc committee, there's no information as far as how the interviews were conducted. I know that Rich is going to talk about this. However, my point is, before we even discuss it, is how did it get on the agenda without having it been reviewed with transparency, full transparency?
Well, it wasn't put in the folder.
So, I don't know, maybe
I
the
don't
president
understand why
can
the committee
address
has to go into committee.
Yes, and it doesn't have to go back into committee. We have done that, you have done that
recommended it.
before.
As board secretary,
It was
could you
recommended
please
out of
advise
FFT.
what the policy is for ad hoc committees with Robert's Rules of Order and how the results of those committees are presented when it's involving a contract?
Well, it's a committee that's appointed by the board, obviously, and so that committee then has the, I'm not going to say the authority, but their role is to, in this case, to review attorneys for presentation to the full board. Now, I think to Rich's point, the reason it didn't go on FFT, because I don't believe that the results were available.
They were not.
When we had the FFT meeting on Monday the 9th.
Correct.
Can I question that? So we had that meeting in the evening on the 19th, and the chair's email about the results being done were sent the next day.
Correct.
So the results were discussed
Prior to the meeting
prior to the email, I'm assuming.
and not presented to the board in FFT, and
No.
you sent your email the day after?
No, I can tell you the report was not complete. I didn't complete the report till the 20th when I sent it. And to be honest, I mean, the decision wasn't made at the time of the FFT meeting. It wasn't finalized. So,
At the very least, in the FFT meeting, going forward, we should
Sent
have
it
had a
5:30.
report, this is where we're at, this is this, and then, we expect the report to go out tomorrow, so that everyone, so that we would know it was coming. And the concern is because the report, and I'm not questioning, the report doesn't have a lot of detail in it, it kind of just gives the results of the process. That's why I'm hoping, that's why I asked for someone to report out on it, so we could hear what the process was and how you came to the conclusion you did.
I mean, respectfully, I think the report is very detailed. It outlines the process from the start to finish. I don't know
But
where
it doesn't
left out.
say the responses of the attorneys that you interviewed. It
Yeah, there
doesn't
was
give
there
any
was
comparison between the attorneys. It doesn't say what you found for this attorney versus what you found for that attorney, what led you to this conclusion. It says what questions were asked, but there's no
Well,
rubric.
why don't you let me read the report,
Well,
and then if you have any questions, then
okay.
we can go from there, because I think some of your questions are, in fact, would be answered in the report. So, so I'm
Is the
assuming...
report attached? I just see the resolution.
No, everything's in the board drive.
Okay, yeah, I have that open.
Didn't you send an email to the board that it was?
I did, and as we went through the process, we added to the board drive continually. We were in check. There was a process, and the administration can attest to that. As far as the questions, I'd like to answer that. The questions were uploaded. We took a lot of time. I feel like this committee sourced, really vetted. I sent an email to the board and asked if there was anyone that had input, had points they'd like to contribute, and I received 2 responses. And that was it.
I'm not questioning the questions that were asked. I'm questioning as to what the responses were that led you to the conclusion to pick 4 different attorneys. I'm not saying that the questions weren't valid, that the questions weren't useful, but as a person who was not on the committee, who's on the board, who has to vote on a decision to employ 4 attorneys, I don't know anything about them other than the RFP and the questions you asked. I don't know how they answered, or...
And I'm gonna respond to that, and then I will have Mr. Lordy read out.
Great.
There were 6 proposals, respondents. They were uploaded to our drive. They were there, Jessica. They were there for all board members to read, to go through. I sent an email requesting any feedback so we could take that to the committee. The questions were formulated. We asked questions based upon our culture and our environment, our needs, and we interviewed. As a process, previous to 4 years ago, I believe it was our last time we went out in 21, the same thing occurred. Questions were asked. The board was polled and asked if they have any points they'd like to share, and it went to committee. That committee interviewed and selected. Period. I have to say, this process, although may be different from what you've seen before in your years on the board, it was very thorough and effective, and I felt, and very transparent. It was transparent. Everything was uploaded to the drive as we were doing it, so you could see and take the time to ask questions.
I'm not questioning the RFPs in the drive. I'm not questioning the questions that we asked the attorneys. My point is that we didn't follow process yet again. Here we are making a decision without due process. This should have gone to FFT. It should have been reviewed in committee to give a heads up to the rest of the board that this was coming, rather than a finalized agenda with this item on it.
We did follow a process, Jessica. So let me have Mr. Lordy as the chair.
Go ahead,
report.
Rich, why don't you give out your
So, Jen,
report? That'd be great.
Let me start off by saying this. I've been here only a couple months, right? But I understand for whatever reason that this has become a hot button issue for some, maybe all, when it shouldn't be, right? I mean, I can attest to you, for anyone that respects us as board members, me as the chair, or anyone that would participate, this process was on the up and up. It just was. I mean, any insinuation that it wasn't is just not accurate. I think to Kim's point, I mean, knowing that it was such a hot button issue, I feel like we went above and beyond to communicate updates every step of the way. And I think, when I even submitted the report, I said, hey, make sure you get this on the drive, like, immediately. Like, I wanted it out there as soon as it was completed. So I don't know, like, looking backwards, I don't think we could have done anything differently. I mean, this was probably one of the most exhaustive processes that I've ever been involved with, both in my personal and business life and in public life. And I was cognizant, because I knew that this was a hot button issue for this board, for whatever reason. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with that, but it just became that, and I'm not sure why. But, so I wanted to make sure, me being involved in it, if I'm putting my name on it, especially as the chair of the committee, everything had to be above board. And I can tell the committee right now, everything was above board. Whether you believe me or not, that's up to you guys.
I'm
But
not saying
telling
that
you,
you're not above board.
it's above board.
What I'm saying is that process wasn't followed.
I can't speak to why it's an FFT
Well, that's
or why
not,
it wasn't.
but that's not,
But
again.
why does a policy?
But what I'm gonna say that is,
Let Rich finish.
Right, just go.
the report, as soon as we came to a consensus, and as soon as the report was in, by the way, this stuff doesn't happen in 5 minutes. Like, we have to take time to write this, we have to gather each other's thoughts, we have lives, we work. This stuff doesn't happen overnight, it just doesn't. So anything that I wish I had a magic wand that could say, oh, interviews are done, decisions made, put it in the drive.
Okay,
It's not realistic.
Are you just going to read to us what's on the drive? Or is there more information? Because I think the other part of this is that there's nothing here
Well, I was gonna
that
read it
tells
correctly.
us why the decision was made for these firms.
Sure.
Okay, and if there's any special billing arrangements that are agreed to other than just their hourly rates for the partners and paralegals. So it would have been helpful to see what went into the rationale for selecting these firms and appointing them for these topics.
Sure, okay.
And there's even a scoring matrix on here,
Yeah,
but there's
there's
nothing in it.
There's nothing in it.
Yeah.
We didn't get the results of the scoring matrix. If you put a matrix out there, it's great, but what did they score? How are we supposed to know what the different firms scored?
So I can answer that. So we all did a pre-interview matrix, and it was strictly based off of the RFP assessment. So of our assessment of what they had turned in. And after that, we then had the interview process. And sometimes the scoring of the matrix aligned with the interviews, and sometimes they didn't, right? So we just made the collective decision that this was our scoring, and that's
So
we
how did you
conducted it.
score them? If you didn't use the
It's in the
matrix, and you're
matrix.
telling me that the matrix was used pre but not post,
Right.
how did you actually score and make the decision?
So it was factored in, certainly factored in, but I would also say that the interview answers to the questions heavily factored in to when we had to come to a decision. So it was, to answer your question, both were considered.
But
Pre and
we
post.
don't know the results of
Well,
that.
I do want to, even though you guys have this, I do think it's just.
No, there are no results. That's my point, Rich.
Well-
I went through the drive. I read the RFPs. I see the questions that you ask. I saw the matrix that you used, but there's no answers to the questions, no results in the matrix, and all we have is a document saying we picked these 4 attorneys for these 4 things. Here's their RFPs. Here's the questions we might have asked them because we don't know because we weren't there.
Well, hold on.
And we have no answers and nothing on the record that says what happened during the interview.
So let me answer part of that. One, I'm not sure if you're asking if all 15 questions were to have documented answers from all applicants. Unfortunately, we didn't have a stenographer in the room. So that's just.
Did you record the meeting?
And we did not, out of respect for the applicants. Because it would simply make them feel uncomfortable. Like if we were going to a job interview, I wouldn't feel comfortable being interviewed. So we
Can
did
I
not do that.
interrupt? Did you guys do that for when this attorney was selected? Okay, go on.
So part of this, and I get it, I understand this is a hot button thing for you, but there's got to be a level of understanding that the people that were selected involved in this process did it the correct way. And I know that you have this document, but it is not currently a public document. So I do want to read it into the record.
But I don't think it is supposed to get read into the record.
Well, it's on the agenda, so anybody can click into it.
I don't think it was, I didn't see it on.
No, the resolution.
Oh, the resolution is,
Resolution.
no, so then you can read that.
It's not supposed to go into the record. These are like minutes, like anything else that we do, right?
It's a
No?
committee report.
Okay, okay.
That's how I saw it.
Okay.
So again, I know some of this is going to be a little bit redundant for you folks, but committee members were me. I served as the chair, Kim Salino, Nicole Gallo, Christina Cagno, and Angela Dean. The timeline and process overview started on March 14th. Requests for proposals, RFP for legal services were publicly advertised. April 4th was the deadline for all RFP submissions. April 10th, each committee member as well as the superintendent, Rich Burgax, and interim business administrator Doug Pekanic, received a pre-interview evaluation matrix to score and assess each submission. May 6th, the RFPs were uploaded to the BOE Resource Materials Drive. The board president notified all members and asked that they review the proposals and provide input. One response was received, technically two. I think one was a thank you, I believe. One response was received and incorporated into the evaluation process. May 7th, the committee met to prepare for candidate interviews, review the priorities, and formulate targeted questions based on the district's current needs. So these 15 questions that you guys all saw, these was incorporated by some that were existing and some that we felt needed to be addressed during the interview process. So there was a lot of time and effort that went into just the question, coming up with the proper questions. So please keep that in mind. And I will say, going back to the questions, even when Dr. Burgax, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but when he saw this, and Doug, I don't think they were like, well, there's no way we're getting through 15 interview questions. We did efficiently, and I think they were a little going into it and say, hey, this might be tough, but we got through it. And we stayed on time, and we stayed on task, and we got every candidate to answer every single question. And we all took very detailed notes. So, if that helps you a little bit with understanding how that process is, I hope it does. So, May 8th, in-person interviews were conducted with 5 of the 6 candidate firms. Murray Nolan Baruti was unavailable to interview, thus did not participate in the process. So we had set that date. It was a little bit difficult trying to get everybody in the time frame on the date. This particular firm was just unavailable, so we decided that they essentially self-selected out of the process. May 12th, the committee reconvened to evaluate each firm using the submitted RFPs, pre-interview evaluation matrix, interview answers, and committee member notes. May 20th, the committee report was finalized and submitted. After a thorough and collaborative evaluation process, the committee concluded that a diversified legal team structure utilizing firms with specialized expertise would best meet the district's complex and evolving legal needs. The recommendation is as follows. The Legal Services Ad Hoc Committee recommends awarding contracts for the 2025-2026 school year as follows. General Counsel, D. Francesco, Bateman, Kutzman, Davis, LaHer, and Flom, PC. Special Education Counsel, Schenck, Price, Smith, and King, LLP. Labor and Employment and Oprah Counsel, Clearly, Giacobbe, Alfieri, LLC. Special Counsel, the Bush Law Group, LLC. Conclusion. The committee strongly believes that a diversified and strategic legal services structure offers the strongest foundation for the North Hunterdon-Voorhees School District to navigate the complex and evolving legal challenges facing public education today. By leveraging the unique strengths and proven expertise of each selected firm, the district will be well positioned to receive responsive, effective, and specialized legal guidance across all critical areas. We respectfully submit this recommendation with confidence in its ability to serve the district's best interests and support sound, forward-thinking governance. So, a lot of questions have been circulated of how we landed on who was going to take each role. So, this is a little bit of a difficult question to ask because out of respect for all of the candidates, I don't think it is appropriate to say why certain individuals or what characteristics they might have had that others they were maybe a little bit weaker in or others were stronger in. So that can be viewed as kind of a little bit negative to those that maybe were not chosen, because you have to keep in mind, each candidate there was to interview for general counsel. They had no idea what the committee ultimately, the plan of the committee ultimately was going to come and what it would be. So we had to then...
Prior to the meeting, had you already determined that you were picking 4 councils?
We had discussed what a perfect world scenario would look like. So to answer your question, we had not made that decision, but we had said, hey, if the opportunity presents itself, this is like, what would be best case scenario? Best case scenario would be, we were knocked off the floor by everyone that walked in there. And we had a litany of professional legal services that at our disposal with diversified and highly technical and specialized areas of focus. That was our, let's keep our fingers crossed that happens. I can tell you during the interview process, thankfully and luckily, that's exactly what happened. So it played out exactly like we had hoped, but we didn't know it was going to happen that way. So during the interview process, Doug and Rich were there. There were some candidates that were just no-brainers for certain areas and immediate consensus. So I can tell you that the general counsel chosen across the board hit on the same theme repetitively.
What was that?
Students first, education first, well-being of the students, special education, safety of students, but everything came back to the students. Everything. And that was something that across the board, and I'm not saying that other firms did not do that, but this particular firm just happened to stand out that everything was student-centric.
Rich, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Just because I'm not an attorney, can you describe the categories?
Well, sure. I think general counsel is our general counsel.
So that's just anything that comes
correct
standard.
Correct.
That's not specialized.
So special education, we were astounded what walked through the door from that law firm, and I think we have luckily got one of the preeminent special education litigators or attorneys that probably in the state of New Jersey. So, and that is.
Could you highlight how they answered their questions to have you come to that decision?
It all factored in. It was the RFPs. It was cost. It was their answers to questions. Everything was factored in when making decisions. It wasn't just one thing. So
for special counsel, is that what Bush is doing now?
Correct.
Is a very similar role?
Correct.
General counsel for
No, special counsel is not. If it was noted conflict counsel, they would only be able to handle conflict. Special counsel, they can handle anything. So if Dr. Burchak or Doug needed to reach out, they can reach out for special counsel. That is the role that remains.
How is that?
Would there be a case where if we reach out to the general counsel and for some reason someone doesn't like their interpretation, we would then go to the special counsel?
That's a discretionary of administration to be used if they wanted to go out to, let's just say.
Who would make that?
Labor and employment. Between the BA and the president uses also the services, has to be comfortable sitting in that role, reaching out and connecting, they do. But so does the superintendent, absolutely, but the BA will have those regularly, back and forth, and we'll be able to determine, hey, well, you know what, we have an Oprah, we want we want to request that this approved. We're going to reach out to Cleary, Jacoby, and Alfieri.
I think that we're trying to figure out the difference between the general counsel and the special counsel, and who makes the decision of when we use special counsel.
It's going to be up to the board.
It's no different than what we're doing now.
What we're doing now. I mean, it's the same thing we don't have 4 now. We've had 2.
Right.
So it's the same difference. If Dr. Burchak has, reaches out to the attorney and there's another purview, another view, he's reached out to our special counsel.
Okay.
I mean, we're not paying for the services to have them on.
There's no retainer.
There's no retainer.
No, I understand.
There's no retainer with any of these firms?
No.
The 2 new categories, though, would be specific.
Correct.
You can't go to the special education council or
Correct.
council for
It's
a
not
labor
intentional.
question.
Correct.
You can go either to general or special.
But what he's
Or labor.
saying, you don't have to, you're not necessarily going to the special ed council specifically.
Yeah,
That conversation
Who
will go to
determines?
lead counsel. And if there's more to that case, or they want second opinion or other, they can go to
It's a
Shank and
new
Price.
piece versus what we're today.
Correct.
And I understand other boards do it other ways. I've been familiar with, we've had a general and a special, and I think maybe we haven't called it formally general, but we use that term lead counsel and special counsel. Okay. So now we're adding these other two.
Correct.
But we're trying to limit them to specific, we only can use them for specific reasons.
Well, they're listed,
Two new ones.
correct me if I'm right, Doug, I think they'll all, will they all fall
By
under
policy.
special?
I know what you're saying.
Well,
I'm sorry, I didn't get you.
correct me if we're wrong, are all of them listed as, this is just specific, or?
Just specifics.
They're listed as specific
And we have
for-
Bush as special counsel.
However, you know that all of those attorneys have departments that would take care of
Yeah.
all this, but you guys have narrowed it to 4 firms to take care of specific issues.
That is the
Yeah.
intention. So if there is a special education case or situation, the full intention is not to have general counsel handle it. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and the committee must have been, it hadn't pre-decided that, it must have been impressed that even though all 4 of those, or all however many, have they cover the whole field, right? You've decided in 2 cases, I want that group for this issue, based on responses, interview, discussion, and the committee said it's worth it to not just have general and special, it's worth it to have this, I want not just an infielder, I want a shortstop.
Yes. So
because that person interviewed as an excellent shortstop.
Yes, if I'm understanding your question correctly, coming into the interviews, we would, like I said, what does best case scenario? Best case is that we have targeted firms that are specialized in specific areas where we do not have to lean on general for everything and overwhelm them and reduce response time and put all our eggs in one basket, so to speak. Like we wanted to get away from that, right? Then, when going through the interview process, it kind of worked itself out exactly how we had hoped it had. And the intent is, again, if there is a labor issue or an OPRA request, it's going to go to the OPRA and Labor Council. It's not going to go to the general or special counsel. If there's a special education case or situation, special education counsel is going to be looped in, not general or special counsel. So just how it reads right now is the full intention. And I can tell you guys, this is the bottom line. It's a very talented group of people. We are really fortunate to have this group of people at our disposal, because I can't stress this enough. They interviewed to be the general counsel. 3 of them agreed to and were excited to be working with the district in a job function that they didn't interview for. So please keep that in mind. Like they all came there interviewing for general counsel, and 3 of them didn't get it.
So if I could so 2 things just so we can start to wrap it. The first thing is, I think it would have avoided a lot of questions and also the risk of discussing things publicly that we can't if there had been additional information in the folder about what the final interview, what it resulted in and how you got to it. But that's neither here nor there at this point. My question is about the resolution, and it may be semantics, but I went back and I looked at for, just as an example, DeFrancesco Bateman's RFP. And to say contract general counsel and then their hourly rate implies that it's only as to 1 lawyer, and same as the support staff. So I just want to confirm, and maybe it gets modified slightly, that we just say that the rate is the lawyer rate and a support staff rate per the contract, instead of saying the contract general counsel. Because you want to make sure every lawyer that's working for us, for example, like Francesco, is charging us the same hourly rate.
Right, I think there's something in the drive that specifies exactly what the attorney fee is and what the...
But the contract
that we have right now
will govern. So you want to make sure that we don't end up in a billing situation where they add a partner to this that's going to charge us double the amount of the contracted hourly rate. That would just be my one suggestion. If we need to get this done, and we could do that, but.
We'll make sure the contracts
Yeah.
are consistent with what's on the
Okay,
resolution.
all right.
I was just, Rich,
Okay.
I mean, yeah, first and
Yeah.
foremost, fair call, right? So,
good catch.
I would say that, I don't,
Okay.
I didn't look at the semantics of the agreements, but as long as they align or match up with the summary list
Okay.
respondent sheets, which
All right,
have
then, so I get it.
the all attorneys, paralegals, then we're good.
Yeah, so as long as the contracts have it.
Yeah, we'll make sure.
Resolutions or whatever, but, okay.
I just have one last question, and I understand that this is, I know this is done in one other district, but has it been looked at, do other districts do this? Is this
Yes.
I
common?
know of some that do.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
We're
It's
not,
actually-
we're not a trailblazer with this idea.
No, yeah.
Okay, so my comment is, that I'm really happy with the level of effort that went into this. To me, this is another one of these issues of we're a board by committee. So I'm personally fine with what's been reported out. You guys did your job.
Thank you.
You've said yourself it's a hot button issue. So to me, the two things that we should have avoided was the way the committee was set up, because it was, described as we're keeping the people who are under this ethics investigation off the committee. That wasn't your job to do, but the other one was, because it was this hot button issue, you could have just had it discussed at the FFT. I mean, you sent out the email with the full report out less than 24 hours, 18 hours or something like that after the meeting. Maybe it's 20 hours after the meeting ended, the FFT meeting. So the committee was close.
You had just, and in your timeline, you said you had your meeting on 5/12 and you finalized the results on 5/20. You had the results for 8 days before you
That's not true.
compiled.
That's not true.
There was a lot of.
We had our meeting on
So let me clarify.
We weren't able to get
Yeah.
hold of everybody.
I can tell you this, if there's any belief that we had a decision on May 12th, inaccurate. So,
No, 19th, just to get our numbers right.
19th, inaccurate. So the
Because-
report was not finalized, and I'm not gonna put something in FFT and speak until the report, and,
Right.
I'm just not gonna do that, right? So,
Well, I mean.
but
But
to answer, I wanna answer
I
your
do have a question for this,
Hold on,
because if you
Nicole.
read the ad hoc committee, it says ad hoc committee may be created and charged by any time by the president or majority of the board, members presenting and voting. The president shall appoint members to any committee so created, charged. Members shall serve on the committee until it's discharged. Committee shall consist of no more than 5 board members. I mean, everything here was done exactly the way it was done. It doesn't state in here that it has to go back into another committee for review, because it came out of FFT for, the FFT committee stated that we want to create a committee for this, to have this RFP proposal, which we did, and now you're saying that's not good enough. You wanted to go back from another committee into another committee for that committee to discuss the committee and findings.
Point seated, okay?
Okay.
I'm just saying, the perception could have been easily avoided.
What perception?
Perception that I have that this was fine-tuned. We had the committee meeting on the 19th, and like 18 hours later was the email from you saying, so it could have just been, you could have said, hey, you're on the FFT meeting. You could have said, hey, we're going to have the report out soon.
Had the report been completed by that time, I would have had no problem doing it. I can assure you that as soon as that report was completed and we had a consensus, it went out. But it took time for me. I did not have.
So
it
what
completed
happened
by
between FFT and when you hit send on the email?
Was there
You guys had
another
a meeting?
meeting?
I was making the report, and we were making sure that this was the decision that we were going to. So,
I believe the board
Yeah.
president said, if I'm not wrong, in one of our correspondences, that the goal was to have this ready for the board by the next board meeting.
we did say that.
And we
said it
did say that to
candidates.
the respondents
The
in the
candidates.
interview. So that was stated at the conclusion, that we would have this at our May meeting for a resolution.
But yet
And
again.
and it is in the RFP.
But yet again, the members of the board who were not on the committee were blindsided when the finalized agenda came out with a new agenda item after we read through the committee notes of the FFT committee. It's under the FFT committee report. It came back to FFT now for approval from the entire board, and nobody knew it was coming until the draft agenda, until the final agenda of the meeting was positioned. When there was a specific meeting that it could have been mentioned, you had a goal of getting it out at this meeting, somebody could have spoken up at FFT where we're all reading the notes, trying to figure out what's happening in committee meetings. It's not mentioned, it appears on the agenda. Somebody in that committee could have said, hey, by the way, we're finalizing the report. We're gonna have it out to you. It's coming. I just want to let you know, expect it for the agenda.
Okay,
I was
not only
on the
was that
committee
put
and I
in-
did not feel blindsided.
Yeah, and not only was it put in the folder on the 20th, but I believe the email that came with that said, if anyone has any questions, please reach out. Did you get any emails about it?
I did not. So, I mean,
That was the 20th.
respectfully, Jessica, to say the word blindsided is just fact. I mean, I don't know how you can feel that way. Every
You know what, it's a pattern.
But Jessica,
It's not maybe
you
not
had the report
blindsided,
7
but it
days
is.
ago, so
I read the report.
you can't be blindsided today if you had the
But
report.
Rich, there's no information in it. You have a rubric scoring grid with no scores in it. You have questions with no responses. You have a decision being made and no supporting evidence to have that. What didn't go back to committee to at least even present the preliminary findings and to let the board know that there's a heads up that it's going to be discussed. It comes out of your committee on the 20th, the day after the FFT meeting, which looks very sus. Come on. Everybody at this table is saying it looks very suspicious that this was finalized
I don't think everybody at this table is saying
less than 24 hours after this.
I mean, if you're calling my action suspect, I would
Well,
obviously.
regardless, Rich, I'm making an assumption, just
Yeah.
like you all did,
Correct.
that we would assume that your decision was rightfully so and we trust your judgment. Unfortunately, we, again, were not provided with enough information prior to it coming out in the agenda for us to make a sensible vote without having this elongated conversation that could have been avoided had it been disclosed to the rest of the board on a timely basis, and not on the 20th when we have a meeting on the 27th, and not when an agenda is published on Monday or on the 16th for a meeting today, or whatever the original, whatever the
administration
update
was
was.
aware of the timeline, Jessica, so I don't know.
I'll give you the timeline.
I'm not
I'm gonna
sure
give
if
it to
it was
you.
how it was supposed, how you wanted it.
The
to be
timeline's in the
received.
drive.
It's in the
I'm
drive.
just not sure.
Respectfully,
I don't think, Jessica, respectfully,
I don't
Did-
question that you did a good job, Rich.
Well, thank you.
I'm questioning, as usual, the procedure that went on behind the scenes, the discussions that were had without the full board present, decisions that were made and conclusions that were met without having other people's opinions
Well-
and having.
But Jessica, how is that?
that's
It's
the
a
point of the
committee.
ad hoc
That's the
committee.
point, it's a
Right,
committee.
but the committee's supposed to get together and let the rest of the board know what you
Which
think
we did.
tonight.
Which
But
we
you
did.
didn't tell us
Honestly.
what drove you, tell me, what drove you to pick DeFrancisco as general counsel? What
So,
drove you
Jessica,
to
if it-
pick Shank
Cynthia,
as
did you
a
have something
special
you wanna
education
say?
counsel?
Just let her
I'm
finish.
not finished.
Let her finish.
You
We
haven't,
realize
you're
that.
interrupting me. So what was there, what was the key question that enlightened you to say, oh my God, I have to pick Cleary and Jacobo to be our labor representative? I'm not feeling any of this. I'm not saying I don't trust your judgment. I'm saying I don't have anything to support your judgment. There's nothing here, there's nothing tangible that I can sink my teeth into that says, why did you make this decision? How can I trust this decision? And I can put my name on it. I can put my hand up to my constituents to say that I agree with the decision that was made by the board if I don't know how the decision was met.
I agree.
It's not fair to the people that I represent that I have to sit here and file a vote for a decision that you made that we don't understand.
I'm not sure, to answer your one question, that we could avoid in this conversation, but let's be honest about that. Nothing was gonna stop this conversation.
No, it would have.
I mean,
No,
there was
Rich,
no
I
way
do
that we were
believe-
getting to a place where this wasn't gonna reach a
No,
discussion.
Rich, I do believe.
Let's be honest about that.
I'd like
Is there
to
any other
want,
technical questions?
I believe Cynthia has a question.
I mean, there are a lot of questions coming from board members, which I'm trying to understand. Why weren't they communicated prior to this meeting? In order to avoid, as you mentioned, this.
What questions are you asking?
I'm not asking a question, I'm saying that Jessica mentioned that she had questions and she spoke on behalf of some board members here. I mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rich, did you receive any questions via email in regards to it?
I believe no questions came back, but
One board member-
feedback, one statement.
One board member
Was there a question?
contributed points, valid points.
Yes.
That wanted to be put into the
That was
the
before.
committee. That
When
was
he's saying
before.
once it was finalized, we didn't receive
Finalized,
anything.
nothing.
And we've had ad hoc committees previously. I mean, it's a committee, it's an ad hoc committee.
But in this case, we're making decisions.
Well,
We're making a decision that impacts our school year and our students,
So-
which is the
so
most
Jessica-
important thing for the
so-
next school year.
right,
So
but there
Jessica-
were parties involved, including administration, during the process that we should have faith, and they presented the information.
And that's kinda
It
hard.
was available on the drive, it's at our fingertips.
But there is no information.
But if there wasn't enough information, then, you know, to your point,
But
then
the
it should
report
have been
wasn't
asked.
finalized until the 20th, and then after the FFT committee, there was no one to speak or discuss
So the
them.
report was finalized on the 20th, and you received no questions, but we're having a discussion at the board table. in lieu of
Because it
trying
was
to
added to our
saturate
agenda
it.
to vote on it
Which
in
was added to
today's
the agenda
agenda.
5 days ago,
Which
because we
was-
get a
which was-
pre-agenda
which
before
was
the
said
final
that it
agenda
was
is
going
out
to be
there.
available for us to.
And I reviewed,
And then
it
I
took
think
a
we even
countless
said-
amount of hours to review the RFPs and everything else, but still our questions aren't answered.
But
Well,
the
can
questions are
somebody
answered because
just
you didn't
answer the
ask any
question?
questions. And the other thing was too, didn't you put in there that we were gonna have it? I think we also told the attorneys that we were gonna have it for this meeting.
We did.
Right.
Yes.
But we didn't know that?
But it's in the drive.
What's in the drive? The actual,
The
original RFP document?
The RFP document, the timeline, the
The
everything.
expected decision date.
Expected
Yes.
decision date.
But
yeah, it's all
again,
there.
a
It's been
decision
there.
was made, meetings were had, finalized theories were met, but nobody understands how the decision was made. What led to the conclusion to pick these 4 people? What sparked your interest? What caught your eye, caught your ear? What led you to the decision to take four out of the 15 RFPs, put them in these 4 positions?
only We didn't
and
have
what
15
made that?
RFPs. We had-
What
we
made?
had
What
6.
can you tell the rest of the
We
board who
interviewed
wasn't part
5.
of the meeting? You're interrupting me. What can you tell the rest of the board to help us buy in to your decision as to why these councils were picked? I have yet to get that answer. I got an answer that somebody highlighted that they could be in special education, and somebody said they'd be great at legal questions, but nobody's saying to me what differentiates DeFrancisco from the rest of them to be general counsel, what differentiates Sheck from being special ed versus a different counsel, and how did we come to this conclusion? And it also feels like you had an agenda prior going into the meeting that you were looking for separate councils, because you did imply that you hoped for that, yet your questions were tailored to general counsel and not specified counsel. So really, we're making decisions based on general counsel questions and not industries and not specific criteria for these council areas, and that really bothers me.
But I don't understand,
It would
it's a
bother me
diversified
too
legal
if it was
team.
true.
Just because it's diversified.
Doesn't mean they're the right people.
ones. So let's do a sports analogy. Let's say that I'm the coach of doing the batting, and then there's another one who does the pitching and whatever, and you're gonna trust each of those people. They're gonna look at certain criteria, and then they're gonna tell the main coach what these individual batters or pitchers met in order to explain why they were selected. We haven't seen any of that underlying information.
If we had a rubric, if we could just look at the rubric that you scored them on, maybe that would help. But we didn't get any of the results, not a single solitary result. We got questions asked, how the process was made, or, here are the questions we asked, here's our timeline that we did these things, but not one justification as to why these councils were picked. And I'm asking and no one's answering.
I answered on the general. I said it was with respect to all of our applicants, there was one firm that kept hitting on the same note of student-centric, student-focused, education-focused more than others, and it came to us that was just...
Vague. They still feel vague.
Jessica,
Jessica, I don't know
I'm not sure.
other
Like,
you
again,
wouldn't-
this is my first run through on this board out of the ad hoc committee. I'm not sure how it's done in the past, but I mean, ideally, if there was a stenographer available in the room.
As an attorney?
Yeah, so look, when I select law firms to work for me, I have certain criteria that I'm looking for them to meet. I want to know if they've had any prior cases that we might have that's similar.
Talked about that.
Okay, or that, I'm also looking at their costs. Are they willing to offer us any special
I asked that.
discounts?
We talked about that.
And then I'm also looking at how they're looking to staff it. Are they gonna staff my business with one lawyer that's gonna charge a lot of money and then two others that are just associates? Are they gonna use them as learning opportunities? But the thing is that I get the answers to those to make the assessment as to whether that firm is the right firm. We don't have the assessments. We don't have anything, even from 1 to 10 on how well they answered the questions to know whether we're comfortable with the firms that have been selected.
Listen, I'm not discounting what you're saying, but respectfully, like, I hope this doesn't seem like a warm welcome to our potential new representation.
I don't really care what the attorneys think of us. This is a contract, this is a negotiation.
Number two, I would say all of the questions that you have were asked and answered.
During the interview or in the RFP?
Both.
Okay, so we don't know the interview questions. We don't
have
know the interview
have the answers to the interview
so-
questions and how you rated them based upon their answers to the
Right,
interview questions.
we do, and that was the part of the ad hoc committee. Again, I can't speak to how you guys done it before, but I can tell you that I have notes, grades, and I'm not putting my name on it.
But they're your personal notes, they're your personal grades, they're your personal opinions. That's what you have. The rest of us have nothing, other than you saying, this is the guy I chose.
That is the role of the ad hoc committee.
But you
Any
can
committee- when we-
justify
in any
the
committee forum,
answers.
Jessica.
You still haven't gone into the details.
But it's like the same thing in like a personnel committee when we're having a discussion about something and we make a recommendation for the board and we go in executive session, we discuss it and we come out.
But
It's
we're
a
the board
recommendation.
discussing it. There's no transparency for the people who weren't at the committee meeting.
I disagree with that.
And I disagree with that.
But that's because you were there.
Does anyone have anything?
So I can say this, and I don't want to say anything that could be a perceived slight on any.
Don't slander against a respondent.
Of any of the
It's
respondents.
inappropriate.
But, no, I won't. But what I will say is that the firms that we hired, or potentially going to hire, or have recommended for hire, I should say, the committee feels that are best in class in what they are outlined for. I don't know how else to say it to you.
Is it in the best interest for all students?
100%.
That's what
I
we're
mean,
for.
I would say
What do you
we would
consider?
be doing it the
Like,
district
what
a
criteria
disservice
is-
by having one firm handle all of this madness in today's day and age. I think anyone arguing against diversification with firms that have certain
I didn't
specialized
disagree with
areas
it.
is.
I don't disagree with your decision at all. In
Let's
fact,
vote.
I'm willing to vote for it if I
Let's
could just feel like I understand why you made it.
Understand.
I have no problem.
We've heard that and we will agree to disagree. Brendan?
I think a couple of suggestions. Sort of like Brian, I certainly don't want to discount the time, energy, and work that was put into this. I've actually worked with one of these other firms when I was previously on a board. A couple of things that I think could have helped I know in the past, for example, when we had the DEI ad hoc committee, there was a monthly report coming from that ad hoc committee, and this sort of speaks to that old new business. This is something that was launched into existence, I believe, in February. The timeline that Rich, you just shared with us outlines a series of things that happened month by month. One issue was this, the rest of us on the board did not learn until an email on April 28th that this committee had begun operating and been operating for a month and a half, that it was, the members were chosen and the process had begun. That would have struck me as something that if a timeline began in March, by the March meeting, ad hoc committee could report out, this is who it is, this is where we are, this is where we're going. Same thing last month. And then to the other point, when you're including things like a matrix that is justifying your decision, figure out a way to sort of populate the matrix so we can kind of see the scores as to who is rating higher in one thing or the other. That, in my mind, would help with just, I think, a lot of the questions and concerns that folks are expressing. It could be a cleaner process. We'd all be hearing it. Questions could be asked along the way. Again, I don't want to discount the work. I just wish the process had been clearer, cleaner, more transparent.
Okay.
Okay, with that said, are there any?
FFT would have talked about getting the thermostat fixed in here.
Next page.
He's out of the end of the heat.
Yeah.
I thought we were doing HVAC work.
I'm only kidding.
Okay, I'd like to have a motion and a second to approve agenda items 14.1 through 14.17.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions?
I vote yes on all, I vote no on 14.3.
Abstain from 14.11.
So, Nicole, you 14.3, you're...
A no.
You're a no?
Yes.
And Dr.?
Yeah, I'm abstain from 14.11.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Okay, moving on. Community Relations and Student Affairs Committee report. I do not believe we did not meet, but you'll see here 15.1, there's a proposal for Healthcare Occupation Students of America Club at Voorhees, if you had a chance to look at that. Can I have a motion and a second to approve 15.1?
Motion.
Second.
Brian and Nicole? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions?
Okay.
You got that? Okay. Moving on to the delegates' reports. Christina, can you report out?
For Hunterdon?
Yes.
Sure. So the last meeting for the school year was on May 1st at Mountain View Chalet, and several of us attended. Dr. Bergatz was there, Brian, Angela, Kim, Tara, and it was a wonderful meeting. We got to hear Megan Lewick, our school teacher of the year for Hunterdon. Her speech was really very heartfelt, and it was great to hear.
Very
it was
moving.
great to hear her history. Yeah, she was very funny too.
Yeah.
And also, Tara is not here tonight. She was elected as our new president. So that's it for that.
That was an exciting meeting, though.
Yes.
It was very exciting. and to sit with her and speak with her, she is a riot. So she had a lot to share with us. And it was nice not to be at the board table as board members. We got to speak to her, so that was fantastic. The delegate meeting, there were only 3 votes. One was on esports. It's where now they have electronics, like clubs and so forth. It's an option for school districts to give out a varsity letter for that, so they're approving it. Well, there's lots of clubs like that.
You get college scholarship now for that.
Yeah. So the school nursing, that was huge. That vote came down to a 37-38 to admit nursing with just license, not a BSN. So yes, it's great for subbing purposes. And the third one was for VOTEC, continued ed, and it was approving absences, allowing them to be out for certain, development, continuing ed classes and so forth. And that was it, just 3 on the floor, and they were all passed. And that was it for the delegate meeting.
Structurally, does that mean, like, at some point, school boards will update their policy package and we decide to adopt them or not?
They were approved, that there's legislation for that.
So, yeah, I believe school boards approves at the delegate level, it goes to the legislature to then make changes on the legislature, which then school boards then change their policies.
The state legislature opines about whether you get a high school letter or not?
I'm not sure about the letter one. That might be one today, but definitely for certificates, for requiring a BSN versus just a Pell Grant.
Okay.
So I guess it depends on which one.
Okay.
Tara,
At some point, it'll work through a process, but at some
It'll
point,
work through a
how it
process.
finally hits us
yeah,
is...
we'll probably hear about it at the Hunterdon County meeting in the fall, our first
But
Hunterdon
it
County
means
meeting.
nothing until we adopt it, or not.
Correct.
Okay.
Personnel committee, that is Christina.
Right, we met on May 20th at 5:30, all were in attendance, and we discussed the personnel agenda. We also had some extra discussion items, which included updating one of our job descriptions. So our intent was to try to update 3 job descriptions, but we didn't have time to get to all of them. These are the paraprofessional job descriptions. And what prompted that is our new school board policy 4123. We wanted to have the qualifications for the paraprofessionals match, the job descriptions match with that information in the policy. So we got to the media center one, and we completed that, and we placed both the original one in the drive and the strike-through one in the drive. So that's up for vote tonight.
Is that with the personal agenda?
It is, yes, at the end of the personal
Okay, great.
agenda. And then we also wanted to discuss professional development, because that's one of our items, action items in our committee, to discuss the effectiveness of professional development. We didn't quite get to that either. It was very brief, so we'll probably continue to talk about it at there's a school improvement panel committee at each school, which is responsible for evaluating the effectiveness, professional development, and recommending areas to focus on for the coming year. So Dr. Burgatz brought that up, and we can talk about that in more detail as it comes.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to adopt resolution 0527-252 for an executive session to discuss matters reflected in the attached resolution. The board expects to be in exec session for approximately 1 hour, and upon return to public session, action will be taken. All in favor? Oh, sorry. Motion. So
Second.
second, Nicole, sorry. It's late.
Again.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? It's 10:20, let's Sorry.
G, are you ready?
Oh, G, are you ready? Sorry.
Second.
Beth and Angela? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Okay, I need a call for a motion second to approve agenda items 20.1 through 20.3.
So moved.
Second.
Wait, as part of that, though, you want to...
Yes, I'm sorry. On 20.1, I'd like to move that, amend them?
You're going to add the title to item 3.5.
Yeah, to 3.5. On 20.1 in the personnel agenda, I'd like to move 3.5 and add the title of athletic director.
And the school.
The school board.
Oh, school.
Oh, and the school. Yes, thank you for that. We did not catch that one, Doug.
Okay.
Okay, I need a roll call vote.
Did we get the motion? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was a second.
Yeah, I was first. Right, was I first?
Yes, you were.
You were. I had Beth and Ann, but it was Beth and Dan.
Yeah, I'm not gonna arm wrestle.
That's fine.
for it, Dan.
I can't see you.
You can take it.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Christina Cagno,
Yes.
Brian Chapman. Yes. Angela Dini.
Yes.
Nicole Gallo.
Yes.
Beth Cotron.
Yes.
Rich Lordy.
Yes.
Brian McIsaac.
Brendan.
Yes.
Brendan.
I'm sorry. Cynthia Reyes.
Yes.
Kimberly Salino.
Yes.
Daniel Spanton.
Yes.
And Jessica Vieto.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Excellent. Okay, old and new business. I just wanted to note that, template, it's in our drive, and I know Rich had updated it, but if we can just, in our committees, if you want to discuss things, Pat, you can send me a note, we can add it if it's going to be an actionable item, using new business and old business, but it's in your drive. And you can track it. Rich has been it's been tracked. There are a few things that need to be.
In the resource materials?
Yes, board
Okay,
resource.
okay. Yep.
Okay.
Wait, I have some questions on old and new business. And I don't know what committee it would go to, some of these things. So can I ask it here?
Go ahead. Yep.
Is it possible during, like tonight, we had some great pictures that were presented of the mobile ski jumper. And is it possible when the board does get pictures that they could be up on the screen during the meeting? That's one question. I don't know what committee that goes to. Would have been fabulous to see her big pictures, on our screens. I'm sure we can cast that up. One thought. And another thing, is it possible when we have presentations, I know we need to give advance notice to the public, but when we have presentations, especially on nights that we have more than one, could we move our start time to 6 or 6:30? Another thought, and I don't know what committee to put that in. Is it possible on our board agenda that instead of chief school administrator's report, it could be superintendent's report? Because we do have a superintendent, and I think having a superintendent is fabulous versus. And then also, I know that with old and new business, now we're just kind of funneling things to whatever committee. But did you used to have something on your minutes where it was something like Board of Ed comments or business comments or something about where you just want to comment? I don't know what that.
That's what we used old and new business for.
Okay, but if we can't really, like right now, I probably shouldn't be rambling off, but if there's some kind of.
Well, a lot of these things that the great
I'm just
suggestions.
saying anyone, like
No,
you might want to make a comment.
those can be emailed to myself as the board president or Dr. Berjak's. I mean, a lot of those are just simple things that I would probably say that's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Do you know what I'm talking about? We talked about this, and you actually kind of jogged my memory on it.
Angela,
You mentioned that there was.
I think
You had mentioned there was something that used to be on the agenda that wasn't called old and new business, it was called something else.
I know of other districts that have done it. We haven't done it here, but other
Okay.
districts have board comments on their
Yeah,
agenda.
board
I think it was actually,
So instead of old or new business, board
No.
comments?
no, in addition.
In addition,
Yeah.
so that, yeah.
Well, I know, like, normally a new business proposal, like if there's a topic that you want to engage in or bring to the board's attention, I know you make the new
Yep.
business suggestion to the president to be
Right,
added to the
right.
subsequent meeting that then creates the forum for the conversation.
But it's also determining what is new business, what is old business. So like if we're saying, oh, you know, I'd like to change, can we change the font on this? Oh, can we
Right,
change
right,
the, you know, that those are simple things that you can directly reach out to the administration or myself, and
Yep.
that can be taken care of without, it's not new
Yeah.
business, old business. So it's just, I guess, determining which.
And then that list of old and new business, is that where we kind of see what we're taking care of and what we're not?
It's
Yeah.
in the board resource folder, yep.
Perfect. That's it for me.
Okay, cooperate.
I have a question, Kim.
Of course you do.
Plan is to filibuster for the next 55 minutes to make you guys sing happy birthday.
We'll sing anyway, I promise.
Hey, so
Send him an email.
last meeting, towards the end, I think it was like 1 a.m. Jessica, you had brought up a situation with Oprah, right? Which, let me say this, get the disclaimer right away. I fully support Oprah. I believe in Oprah. The public has every right to see everything, every communication that we have. In fact, any member of the public suffering from insomnia, feel free to open my emails. It's an immediate cure. But my question is more directed about how they're processed. So I just kind of, what struck me at that table was this, it seemed like, and if I heard it correctly, and mind you, this was 1 o'clock in the morning, that Kim was hearing this for the first time. So that's a question that I think I want to see if we can get an answer on, because
Well,
we're
if we had a
all...
board attorney here, we could ask him, but we don't, so.
Well,
No, but are you asking about the process?
I'm asking about the process.
Like
So-
when
so if-
someone submits.
Correct, so
Yeah.
if a member of the public submits an Oprah request, what next? And then, how does it get, like, is there just a quick timeline that, like, how does that get processed?
There are timelines. I'll let Doug take it.
You know, well, whenever.
Not turnaround times, like steps, meaning.
Yeah.
I don't need the times.
We get the request,
Yep.
and then I'm gonna give you times. It's like, you know, the board has 7 days to respond.
Yep.
And your business administrator or board secretary is usually the, you know, the custodian of public records. And so, as long as we can lay our hands on them, we gotta produce them, you know, and there's some back and forth. Usually get the attorney involved because we wanna make sure we're not, you know, if there's students involved or sensitive information,
Yep.
you know, private, that has to be redacted before it's, you know, released to the public. So that's the process of taking care of it. Now, as far as notification to the board, we can have a discussion about, you know, how do you want to do that? Because in my mind, you guys ought to know everything that's coming through the office. That's an Oprah request.
Agreed.
And I would think that possibly that would be in one of the committee meetings, in particular maybe the FFT, that they say, hey, on a monthly basis, we report, hey, we got all of these requests, and here's where they fulfilled, et cetera. Some of them are marketing. Oprah's like, you know, hey, give us all of your, you know, contracts that you've done business with in the last 5 years. You know, and if we can readily make that report available, we'll do that. But some of them are, you know, like, hey, I want the emails between the board president and superintendent, or, and so it depends on the content, you know, that, but I think the board should be aware. The only issue is, and I experienced in my last district, is that when you start providing that to the committees, that becomes not necessarily, sometimes becomes minutia, and you drill into it, and it takes up a lot of time, and that was the only reason that we didn't do it there, was because for efficiency reasons. So your choice. And I did speak to the attorney about being able to, you know, inform the board that I'm not violating any of the Oprah laws by providing board members information that they've been Oprah'd. So that can be a procedure as well.
So Oprah request comes to your desk?
Comes to my desk.
Then what?
Let's be honest.
Well, I review it to see, what's the content, and I'm going, if there's any question in my mind as to custodian records, is there a security, or not security, but a confidentiality issue, I fire it off to the attorney.
Okay, attorney says process.
Yep.
Then what?
And then we may send them what we call we send them a letter in response, sometimes asking for additional time. Otherwise, we say, hey, we're going to send it to you, but once the attorney's redacted, something along those lines.
Okay. How do you get it?
How do you what?
How do you get the information?
Internally?
Correct.
Yeah, we have to be able to lay our hands on an existing record. We don't get to produce reports. It has to be an existing record.
Agreed. How do you get it? Like, say it's an email. How do you get it?
Well, I go to the tech department and say, hey, give me the emails.
So the tech department then gets the Oprah request.
And they'll provide the information to me. I'll send it to the
How do they
attorney.
get it? Is there a program, or do they are they going through everyone's, digging through every, how does that work?
Just like anything else, they do a search.
So search for buzzwords.
Buzzwords, right.
Then they provide it back to you. Then it goes, I'm assuming, back to legal. They got to say, hey, is this anything need to be redacted? And then they say, you got the thumbs up, and then you process. Okay, no problems with any of that, what I'm hearing. I guess my only concern is, at what point in this process is the person that is Oprah notified that there's an Oprah request on their behalf, and that we have to go into your emails to process a legal
Emails are public
Oprah
property.
request?
You're a public official and it's public property.
I'm not arguing that. The legality is not what I'm saying. At what point is it even just giving the person the courtesy that, hey, just want to let you know that we received an Oprah request for records, your emails. Is that not involved in the process? Is there a reason why we wouldn't do that?
The attorney's advice. The attorney's advice to you is to be careful what you put in writing.
Yeah.
Correct.
Because they would be concerned that you would delete. If they
No.
notified you, you have the potential to delete information.
Well, I would assume, okay, that's a fair question, or a fair point. I would assume that, there's safety, if it's deleted, you can't acid wash it, right? I would assume.
No.
So, right, that's what I'm saying. So the tech department can get the deleted email.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I guess even whether it's before it's been processed or after, should there be some point in that process where the person that their records have been requested, been given a heads up and notified that, hey, we received an Oprah request for your email.
Required.
And we had to say, hey, we received a legal Oprah request, we have to process it, we're going into your emails to get it.
No, we don't have a legal requirement to do that.
You don't have a legal requirement. No argument there. So it's not legally required, but is it the right thing to do?
You're an elected official. That you're a public servant.
You sign off your rights as an elected official.
I'm not arguing legality. I said, wouldn't it just be the decent thing to do? Say, hey, we got a legal Oprah
No, it's
request.
not necessary.
I'm not
But
saying it's necessary.
you should expect every day that Oprah
100%.
requests are coming in on you.
I don't
And that
disagree with
people are wanting to look at your record. So if you have nothing to hide, then it doesn't matter if you're notified.
It can be before or after the process. I just
All right,
think
at the end of the day,
heads up.
listen, we all understand, we're public officials.
100%.
I have no problem with.
It's all fair game.
Yeah,
My
I have
only
no
concern is
problem, and
giving somebody the heads
I'm
up.
well
It's a
aware.
cordiality.
But
Once
it's a-
the things are pulled.
But I
Once
understand what you're
everything's pulled,
saying,
the person
because
can't go in
it
and
was
cordiality.
on
I
a
agree.
request for my emails, and it is a cordiality. So, I've never been in previous experiences, and
So then you
maybe
can't
you
do
have with
anything.
town or other,
Right.
If you want.
it's a cordiality.
Basically, Kip, what I'm saying is.
Just because you don't have to, doesn't mean you shouldn't.
Correct.
That's all, but I hear you. We do, I think we all hear that, and I have on my
Rich, it
own.
would also, if we were notifying everyone of their Oprah requests, wouldn't that it would give the whole thing about the Oprah is to be able to get information that they're looking for, that transpires behind the scenes, that's public record. So if they're asking for information or looking for more information on anything and it's already public record because you put it in writing, it doesn't really matter.
Well, I think it matters in the fact that I don't think anyone at this table should find out that they've been opened from another member at the table. I think that's a little.
Well, the only reason why I found out,
I just don't
but that's
like that.
but
That's the part of
how-
it that doesn't sit well.
Right, well, that's
Yeah,
how,
I
but
agree.
but if our constituents are offering our board president, and my constituent comes to me and says, there's been an ad hoc committee formed, are you sure that you don't know about it? And I confront the board president in new and old business about the dates of the ad hoc committee based on her offering of her email requests. It's public knowledge.
I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying we could,
All right.
the person that has it.
But I also don't think it also opens
Yes.
up an opportunity for retaliation
All right,
against the
I'm going
public.
to end the conversation.
Well, that's good.
Because I don't think if.
I'm going to end the conversation. We can have a discussion, I can move it to committee if it's about about process. And if-
I think it's a
and
great
we-
idea,
It's a
about
great idea if
process.
we want to talk about policy as a process. But yes, if you're asking me, it should be a cordiality. I've never been a.
Well, that would be a board norm, right? But we never established that.
So,
There's a law.
yes, we're all bound to that, but he's
It's
not,
for policy. It's
he's
Okay,
not
the reason
saying
I-
that.
The reason I bring this up is because I've served in a government, right? And I've been over it before. And
Yeah.
the process was completely different, like, so that's why it's different from here, because we didn't have like an IT department, so when the open request came in, the clerk came to the individual and said, I need this.
Yeah.
So that's why I was only asking that I thought, hey, that's odd that you're finding out at the table from, that's what I'm saying. So
He's just asking about process.
same law, handled two different ways, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, but I don't think it's up, I think that there won't,
Okay, I'm ending the discussion. Can I have,
Can I ask when we do, this is old and new business, I don't know what committee does. When do we do board norms?
we haven't done them yet.
we're going,
In July?
next
or
month,
June?
we'll be
Okay, that's
doing
part of
district
the
goals and superintendent eval.
Board norms?
Yes, and
Okay.
then moving into July. We have a lot, and we still have the strategic planning that we're finishing, so there's a lot going on. Can I have a motion and a second to adjourn?
Just before that, I'm sorry, I just want to say, we got the second, two things actually. One,
He's waiting for that.
we got the next district newsletter just a couple weeks ago, and I just wanted to emphasize, I think it's a great new communication mechanism going out to the community, capturing so much that happens here and putting it out to that audience. So I just want to say that, and sure, what the heck, let's all sing happy birthday to me.
Yay!
All right.
Richard's okay. I'm turning 27.
And lastly, before we have our superintendent evaluation, I had sent an email out. I gave 10 days. We still have board members that have not submitted. I would cordially request and ask that you have those submitted, tomorrow, Thursday, the latest. And we can get that rolling and letting you know that there could possibly, potentially be a special meeting. So we can hold the process in 2 meetings. And I want to have, I've been working with Patricia to have her come in. She was away, so, to present for new board members on district goals. So everyone's aware.
Right, but for CUSAC, we want to get this.
Oh, that'll be done. It'll be done before July 1.
right?
Yep,
So there might
absolutely.
be 2 meetings for June.
Because I really.
Potentially.
Because I thought the submission for the superintendent's evaluation was a hard, fast deadline, so.
It is.
I've moved mountains to make sure.
It is. We are. I am.
No, but I'm saying all of our.
Well,
goals.
that's on everyone here, and if it's not submitted, if I do not have that in by Thursday, we're moving the process. So anybody that doesn't finish it, complete, you have an issue, please let me know. We'll move on with the process. It has to. That is your superintendent's evaluation, and that's one of the key factors of our jobs. So I appreciate that. I need a motion, a second.
Second.
Got that?
Thank you.
Okay.
You have to hold on.
All in favor? Aye. Any stays or abstentions? Sorry, it's 11:20.